The cold in northern Maine that December was unlike anything Ryan had ever experienced. The kind that gnaws at your bones and seems to settle inside your chest, pressing against your ribs. He had come to the town of Millbridge to photograph the winter landscape for a freelance assignment. It was supposed to be peaceful, snow-covered pines, frozen rivers, and the kind of isolation that allowed a man to hear himself think. What he didn't anticipate was how quickly that isolation could become terrifying. Ryan rented a small cabin on the outskirts of the forest, a place reachable only by a narrow dirt road, now buried under several feet of snow. The owner, a thin, quiet man named Carl, handed him the keys with a warning. "The woods are different this time of year," he said, eyes darting to the tree line. "Don't wander too far. Some things don't like visitors." Ryan laughed it off, chalking it up to local superstition. But there was an edge to Carl's voice that stayed with him. The first day was uneventful. Ryan set out with his camera, capturing the frost on the pine needles and the way the river had frozen into jagged sheets. The forest was beautiful in a way that was almost too perfect, every branch outlined in snow, every footprint erased by the wind. But as night fell, he felt the first prickling sense of unease. The wind had changed, carrying a hollow sound, almost like whispers bouncing between the trees. He shook it off as imagination and returned to the cabin. The second day, he decided to explore deeper into the forest. He followed a narrow trail, noticing tracks that didn't belong to any animal he recognized. They were too large, irregular, almost humanoid in shape. They disappeared and reappeared in strange patterns, circling around the trees like they were watching him. Ryan felt a chill unrelated to the cold as he studied them. He tried to dismiss it, thinking perhaps some hunters had passed through, but the tracks had no sign of a vehicle or any human activity nearby. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, the forest grew darker and the temperature plummeted. Ryan turned back, realizing he had ventured farther than intended. That's when he heard it, a low, rasping sound, almost like someone exhaling through a throat clogged with ice. He froze, scanning the woods, but saw nothing. He brushed it off, telling himself it was the wind. Then the sound came again, closer this time, punctuated by a snapping of branches behind him. Ryan's pulse quickened. He broke into a run, tripping over hidden roots and slipping in the snow. He reached the cabin by nightfall, lungs burning, hands raw from the cold. But the sense of being watched didn't leave him. From somewhere outside, he heard scratching at the door, soft at first, then insistent, like fingernails dragging across wood. He grabbed a flashlight and peered into the night. There was nothing, just the forest, silent, except for the whisper of wind through the pines. He told himself it was animals, raccoons or foxes searching for food, but the sound unnerved him in a way he couldn't shake. That night, sleep was impossible. Every gust of wind sounded like a footstep, every creak of the cabin like someone walking across the floor. Around 2 a.m, a shadow passed by the window. Ryan froze, heart pounding, shining the flashlight toward it. Nothing. But then he saw the eyes, 2 pale green points of light, reflecting the flashlight in a way that made them seem alive. He stumbled back, tripping over a chair, and they disappeared into the snowstorm. The next morning, Ryan found the first clue that this was no ordinary animal. Outside, circling the cabin, were enormous footprints. They were far too large for a human, with long, clawed toes and deep impressions, as if the creature weighed hundreds of pounds. They led from the tree line to the porch, paused at the door, and then vanished into the woods. Panic gnawed at him, but he tried to stay rational. He called the local ranger station, but the storm had cut all phone lines. The nearest town was hours away, and he was trapped. Over the next 2 days, Ryan tried to keep busy. He photographed the snow-laden pines, collected firewood, and rationed his supplies. But the feeling of being watched was constant. Every time he stepped outside, the footprints were closer. Sometimes they would appear overnight in perfect circles around the cabin, as if the creature had been pacing, observing him. And always there was the sound, a low, rasping growl, or sometimes whispering, too faint to understand but distinctly intelligent. On the third night, the creature revealed itself fully. Ryan had been working near the frozen river when he heard branches cracking behind him. He turned slowly and saw it. Tall, hunched, skin pale as snow, limbs unnaturally long. Its head was elongated, and its eyes glowed faint green, fixed on him. It moved with a speed that made his blood run cold, gliding over the snow without leaving tracks, and it tilted its head, studying him as a predator studies prey. Ryan ran, diving into the forest, but the creature followed, always silent, always watching. He tripped and fell, rolling down a small embankment into a thicket. The creature paused at the top, growling softly, then vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Ryan scrambled to his feet, heart hammering, and ran until the cabin came into view. He locked the doors and piled furniture against them, shaking and gasping for air. Outside, the wind carried the low, deliberate growl, circling the cabin like an echo of his fear. That night, the scratching returned. It was everywhere, windows, walls, the roof. Ryan shone his flashlight, but the beam caught only fleeting shadows, twisting and vanishing into the dark corners. The whispers returned, insidious and urgent, seeming to echo inside his skull. He huddled in the corner, trying to keep his mind steady, telling himself it was exhaustion or hypothermia. But he knew better. Whatever was out there was intelligent, patient, waiting. By morning, the storm had eased slightly, but the danger was far from over. Ryan decided to leave, hiking toward the dirt road that led to Millbridge. He packed his camera and supplies, checking the perimeter carefully. The footprints had disappeared. For a moment, he felt relief, but it was fleeting. As he entered the forest, the snow seemed to shift unnaturally, hiding paths, disorienting him. And then he saw the eyes again, glowing, fixed, following him through the trees. He ran blindly, using the faint light to navigate until he stumbled onto an old ranger station abandoned years ago. Inside, the place was covered in dust and cobwebs, but in the corner, Ryan found a journal. The entries described the same creature, sightings spanning decades, always during the deepest winter, always preying on the isolated. Hunters and hikers had vanished, their tracks leading into the forest but never returning. The final entry, dated only last winter, warned, "It waits for the snow to fall, for the roads to vanish. It watches, moves silently, and strikes when the traveler is alone. No one survives." Ryan left the station and finally made it to the main road by nightfall. He flagged down a passing truck and told the driver his story. The man listened quietly, nodding, then drove in silence for miles. "You're lucky," he said finally. "Not many get out alive." Back in Millbridge, Ryan could not shake the memory. Even weeks later, the wind rattled his windows in Boston, and the sound of it brought back the low growl, the scraping of claws, the glow of those pale green eyes. He deleted most of the photos from his camera, unable to bear the proof of what he had seen, but one image remained, a distant, blurred figure on the frozen river, eyes fixed on him, waiting patiently. He knew he had survived, but he also knew that whatever it was still out there, and someday someone else would wander too far into the snow. Story the end. The snow started earlier than anyone expected that year, the kind of dry, whispering snowfall that didn't pile up right away but seemed to erase sound. It came down in thin needles, stinging exposed skin and hissing against the windshield of my pickup as I drove north on State Route 17. The radio cut in and out, static swallowing the weather report before the announcer could finish warning people to stay home. I turned it off and listened instead to the engine and the faint ticking of ice forming along the wheel wells. I'd made this drive 100 times before, hauling supplies to cabins that dotted the edge of Black Pine National Forest. Winter always thinned the population out there. Folks who could afford to leave did, and those who stayed learned to keep their heads down and their mouths shut. There were long stretches of road without cell service, without houses, without anything but trees leaning inward like they were trying to listen. I should have turned back when I saw the state plow pulled off to the shoulder, its lights dead and its windshield frosted over from the inside. The driver's door was open a crack. No footprints, just the soft fill of snow smoothing everything over. I slowed, leaned out my window, and shouted. My voice felt small, swallowed immediately. I told myself the driver had been picked up already, that the door must have blown open. That's what I told myself as I kept driving. The cabin belonged to the Morrison family, or what was left of them. Edith Morrison had called 2 days earlier, her voice brittle as old paper. She said she needed propane, canned food, anything shelf-stable. Her husband had passed the previous winter. Heart attack, she said. No neighbors close enough to hear him fall. The road up to her place was barely maintained, a narrow dirt track that turned to ice as soon as the temperature dropped. I found the turnoff half buried, the sign snapped clean in two and leaning into a drift. The forest closed around me as soon as I left the main road. Branches sagged under the weight of snow, creaking softly. Every so often something cracked deeper in the woods, a sound like a rifle shot, echoing and then gone. The cabin came into view through the trees, squat and dark, smoke bleeding thinly from the chimney. I parked near the woodpile and cut the engine. The sudden silence pressed in on me, broken only by the faint hiss of falling snow. Edith didn't answer when I knocked. I tried again, harder this time, rapping my knuckles against the warped wood. Finally, the door opened just enough for her face to appear. She looked smaller than I remembered, wrapped in layers, eyes sunken deep into her skull. "You shouldn't be out," she said. Her voice trembled, not from cold. "Storm's worse than they're saying." "I'll be quick," I told her. "Brought what I could." She unlatched the door and stepped back. The air inside smelled wrong. Not rot, not exactly, more like damp earth and old iron. The fire in the stove was low, casting long shadows that made the walls seem farther apart than they should have been. As I hauled the supplies inside, I noticed the scratches on the floor. Deep gouges running from the back room to the front door like something heavy had been dragged. Edith saw me looking and followed my gaze. "He got restless at the end," she said quickly. "My husband. Couldn't sit still." I nodded, though the marks were too wide, too uneven to have been made by a man's heels. She paid me in cash, her hands shaking as she counted it out. When I asked if she needed anything else, she shook her head too fast. "Just go," she said, "before it gets dark." I was halfway back to the truck when I heard her scream. It wasn't loud. It was thin, cut off almost as soon as it started, like someone had clamped a hand over her mouth. I spun around, heart hammering, and saw the door slam shut. I stood there for a long moment, telling myself she'd slipped, that she'd startled herself, but the woods were quiet again, too quiet, and the snow kept falling. I knocked, shouted her name. No answer. I tried the door. Locked. I should have left. Every instinct told me to get back in the truck and drive until I hit pavement or a plow or anything human. Instead, I circled the cabin, boots crunching softly. There was a window around back, rimed with ice. I wiped a patch clear with my sleeve and peered in. The back room was empty. No furniture, no boxes. Just bare floorboards and a trapdoor set into the floor, its edges dark with something that looked wet even in the dim light. The scratching sound started then, slow and deliberate from beneath the floor. I stumbled back, slipped, caught myself on the wall. The scratching grew louder, joined by a low, wet breathing sound. I ran to the truck, hands fumbling with the door, keys slipping from numb fingers. The engine turned over once, twice, then caught. As I threw it into gear, I saw movement at the cabin window. Edith's face pressed against the glass, eyes wide, mouth moving soundlessly. Behind her, something tall and pale unfolded itself from the darkness, its limbs bending the wrong way, its skin stretched tight over a frame that looked too thin to support it. I slammed the gas and fishtailed back onto the track, not daring to look back again. By the time I hit the main road, the snow was coming down hard enough to blur the world into gray. My hands were locked white-knuckled around the wheel. I told myself I'd call it in as soon as I had service. I told myself a lot of things. The call never went through. The phone just rang and rang until it died. They found the truck 3 days later, nosed into a drift a mile from the plow. Empty. Door open. That's what the report said anyway. I read it months later, sitting in a diner 2 states south, hands wrapped around a mug that had gone cold. The waitress kept giving me looks, probably because I hadn't touched my food. The thing is, I didn't disappear that night. I kept driving until the road ended, and then kept going on foot, through the woods, through the storm. I don't remember all of it. Just flashes. Trees bending overhead. The sound of something moving parallel to me, never quite catching up, never falling behind. I found a ranger station at dawn, its windows boarded up for the season. I broke in, huddled inside until the storm passed, then walked out when the sun came up. No one stopped me. No one asked questions. I didn't tell anyone what I saw. Not really. People don't want to hear that kind of thing. They want explanations that fit into neat boxes. I moved on, took different jobs, stayed out of the mountains in winter. For a while it worked. I almost convinced myself it had been exhaustion, fear, my mind filling in gaps. Then the first snow fell where I was living, light and dry, whispering against the windows. I heard scratching under the floor. It wasn't loud at first, just a suggestion of sound, easily mistaken for the house settling for mice. I told myself that's all it was. I bought traps, sealed cracks, did everything you're supposed to do. The scratching got closer. It started to follow me from room to room, always beneath my feet. Sometimes I'd feel a vibration, like something shifting its weight. I stopped sleeping. When I did drift off, I dreamed of a trapdoor opening, of pale limbs reaching up, of a woman's mouth moving soundlessly behind glass. I moved again. New town, new house. The scratching followed. I realized then that whatever had been under Edith Morrison's cabin hadn't stayed there. Maybe it never had. Maybe it was something that moved with the cold, with the quiet, something that waited for people to be alone. I tried to outrun winter, heading south as fast as I could. It didn't matter. Snow finds a way. The last place I stayed was a cheap motel off an interstate, the kind with doors that opened directly to the parking lot. I checked in during a flurry, the clerk barely looking up as she slid the key across the counter. That night, I lay on the bed and listened as the scratching started beneath the thin carpet. Slow, patient. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I knew by then it wouldn't help. The scratching stopped. There was a pause, long enough for hope to flare stupidly in my chest. Then I heard the trapdoor open. Story the end. The winter I learned what the cold can keep started with a phone call at 2:17 a.m., the hour when bad news thinks it can slip by unnoticed. The caller ID said unknown, which in those days meant a borrowed phone or a landline in a place that still hadn't upgraded. I let it ring twice before answering. When I picked up, there was only breathing on the other end, slow and measured, like someone counting the seconds between heartbeats. "Hello?" I said. A man cleared his throat. "You don't know me," he said. His voice was tight, as if he'd been speaking through clenched teeth. "But you're going to want to listen." I sat up in bed. Outside, the wind dragged something loose along the street, metal scraping asphalt. The forecast had been wrong all week. What they'd called flurries turned into a storm that buried the county in white, shutting down highways and isolating the small towns in the mountains. I lived in a rental house at the edge of one of those towns, close enough to the forest that the dark pressed against the windows at night. "I'm listening," I said. "Good," he replied, "because if you hang up, you'll regret it." He gave me directions to a place I knew well enough, a pull-off near the old quarry road, 2 miles past the county line. He said there would be a car there, lights off. He said to come alone. He said to dress warm. "Why?" I asked. "Because it's already cold," he said, and then he hung up. I should have gone back to sleep. I should have convinced myself it was a prank, or that it was meant for someone else. But I'd been a reporter long enough to recognize the tone of a man who was scared and trying to pretend he wasn't. I'd covered 3 missing person cases in the last year alone, all of them hikers or hunters who vanished in winter. 2 had been found in spring, thawed just enough to identify. The 3rd was still missing. I dressed in layers, pulled on my boots, and left a note on the kitchen counter in case something went wrong. Outside, the cold slapped me awake. The snow squeaked under my feet, dry and powdery, the kind that doesn't pack. The sky was clear and bright with stars, the moon sharp as a blade. My breath came out in white bursts that vanished almost immediately, stolen by the wind. The road out of town was empty. No headlights, no taillights, just the crunch of tires on snow and the hum of the engine. As I drove, I thought about the call, replaying his words, the pauses. He hadn't sounded like someone setting a trap. He sounded like someone who'd stumbled into something, didn't know how to get out. The pull-off was exactly where he'd said it would be. A narrow strip of plowed gravel beside the road, the forest pressed close on one side, the drop-off to the quarry on the other. A car sat there, lights off, engine running. Exhaust puffed into the cold air. I parked behind it and got out. The wind cut through my jacket, finding every gap. I approached the driver's side, hands visible, heart pounding. The window rolled down. He was older than I expected, late 50s maybe, with a face carved by weather and worry. His beard was gray and untrimmed, his eyes bloodshot. He looked past me, scanning the road, the trees. "You came," he said. "You called," I replied. "What's this about?" He swallowed. Get in, he said. It's too cold to talk out here. I hesitated, then opened the passenger door and slid inside. The heat was on full blast, the air smelling faintly of wet wool and coffee. He put the car in gear and pulled away from the road, down a narrow track that led toward the quarry. Snow had drifted across it, but his tires cut through. I'm Bill, he said. I plow for the county. Been doing it 23 years. I know who you are, he interrupted. Am I great? You wrote about the kids that went missing last January, the brothers. I nodded. That case had kept me up nights. 2 teenage boys who'd gone snowmobiling and never come back. Their sleds were found abandoned near the ridge, engines cold, no tracks leading away. I found something tonight, Bill said. And before you say anything, I didn't steal it and I didn't hurt anyone. What did you find? I asked. He didn't answer right away. He turned off the engine and the headlights. The sudden darkness felt heavy, the cold seeping back in as the heat died. He reached into the back seat and pulled out a thermos, unscrewed the lid, and took a long drink. I found where they go, he said finally. Who? I asked, though I knew. The ones that don't come back. My mouth was dry. What do you mean? He pointed out the windshield. Down there, he said. Past the quarry, there's a trail that doesn't show up on maps. It looks like a game path, but it's not. It's older. I thought of the forest beyond the quarry, acres of land that had never been properly surveyed, riddled with old mining tunnels and sinkholes. And you found it. How? I was plowing the county road up by Miller's Pass, he said. The storm knocked trees down, so I had to detour. I saw tracks going off into the woods. Not deer. Not coyote. People. In this weather? I asked. He nodded. Bare footprints, he said. No shoes, no socks, just skin on snow. A shiver ran through me that had nothing to do with the cold. That doesn't make sense. It didn't to me either, he said. But I followed them. Why? I asked. He laughed. A short, humorless sound. Because I've been seeing things out there for years, he said. Lights where there shouldn't be lights, shapes moving between the trees. And because my nephew went missing 2 winters ago, and they told us he fell in a ravine and we should stop looking. I didn't say anything. He took another drink, wiped his mouth. The trail led down into the quarry, he said. Not the part you can see from the road, the far side, where the rock walls close in. We got out of the car and walked, our boots crunching. The wind had picked up, carrying with it a sound like distant voices, or maybe just branches rubbing together. The quarry yawned before us, a dark wound in the earth. Snow clung to the ledges, the drop disappearing into shadow. Bill led the way along a narrow path that skirted the edge. My flashlight beam danced over rocks and ice. After a few minutes, he stopped and pointed. There, he said. I followed his finger. At first, I saw nothing. Then my eyes adjusted, and I saw the opening, a narrow slit in the rock face, half hidden by snow and brush. Cold air poured out of it, colder than the night. That's not on any map, I said. No, Bill agreed, and it shouldn't be there. We approached cautiously. The air near the opening was wrong, heavy, as if it carried a weight. My breath fogged thicker. Inside, the darkness was absolute, swallowing the beam of my flashlight after a few feet. What's inside? I asked. Bill hesitated. I didn't go far, he said. Just enough to see. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out something wrapped in a cloth. He unfolded it, revealing a child's mitten, pink and faded, the fabric stiff with ice. They were stacked, he said quietly. Shoes, hats, gloves, all sizes. Neat as you please. My stomach turned. Where? Just inside, he said. Like offerings. I thought of the missing kids, the searches that turned up nothing. Why are you showing me this? I asked. Because the sheriff won't listen, he said. Because if I go in there alone again, I don't think I'll come back out. The wind howled, a sudden gust that made us both flinch. For a moment, I thought I heard something else, a low murmur from the darkness, like a crowd speaking in whispers. We shouldn't be here, I said. I know, Bill replied, but someone has to know. I took a step closer to the opening, shining my light. The beam caught on something reflective deeper inside. Metal, maybe, or eyes. Did you hear that? Bill asked. I nodded. The whispering was clearer now, a susurration that raised the hairs on my arms. It didn't sound like language, but it had rhythm, cadence. Let's go, I said. We can come back with... A sound cut me off, sharp and loud. A crack like a rifle shot. The ground beneath my feet shifted. I stumbled, arms flailing, and felt the edge crumble. Bill grabbed my jacket, hauling me back as the ledge collapsed, stones and snow cascading into the darkness. The sound echoed, swallowed. Jesus, he breathed. From the opening came a response. A rush of movement, a roar of voices rising in pitch, hungry. The reflective thing moved closer now, resolving into shapes. Pale shapes. Hands reached out, white against the black, fingers long and thin, nails dark. Faces followed, skin stretched tight over bone, eyes wide and gleaming. Mouths opened, revealing teeth stained yellow. I screamed. Bill pulled me back, away from the edge, away from the opening. We ran, slipping and sliding, the whispers turning into shrieks behind us. I didn't look back until we were back in the car, doors slammed, engine roaring to life. Bill threw the car into reverse, while our tires spinning before catching. As we tore up the track toward the road, something hit the trunk with a dull thud. Then another. The car rocked. "They're fast," Bill shouted. I clutched the seat, heart hammering. The road appeared, blessed and wide. Bill skidded onto it, accelerating. The thud stopped. In the rearview mirror, I saw nothing but darkness and falling snow. We didn't speak until we were miles away, the town lights a welcome glow. Bill pulled into a gas station, parked under the harsh fluorescence, and turned off the engine. We sat there, shaking. "You saw them," he said. "Yes," I whispered. "They come out in winter," he said. "When the cold keeps people close to home, they take what they need." "What are they?" I asked. He shook his head. "I don't know," he said, "but I know they've been there longer than we have." I wrote the story, of course, or I tried to. The editor killed it, said it was unsubstantiated, sensational. The sheriff denied everything. The quarry road was blocked off the next day, a sign posted about unsafe conditions. Bill disappeared 2 weeks later. His plow was found abandoned near Miller's Pass, engine running, door open. There were footprints leading into the woods, bare footprints. I still live near the forest. In winter, when the wind is right, I hear whispers outside my window, calling my name. I keep the heat on high and the doors locked, and I don't answer unknown calls anymore. But sometimes late at night, I think about the mitten, the neat stacks of belongings, and I wonder how many winters it's been happening, and how long the cold will keep them hidden. Story. The end. The winter I'm writing about began, like so many others in northern Michigan, with the lake effect snow arriving early and refusing to leave. I had lived in the town of Gray Haven my whole life, 38 years at that point, and I knew how winter worked there. You stocked up, you planned ahead, you respected the cold, because if you didn't, it would take something from you. Sometimes it took fingers or toes, sometimes it took power for days, and sometimes, if you listened to the older people and believed the stories they told in low voices, it took lives in ways that didn't always make sense. That year, the snow came hard in late November. By the first week of December, the roads were already narrowed to single lanes, snowbanks rising like frozen walls on either side. Gray Haven was a town of about 2,000 people, most of them spread out on rural roads lined with pines and birches. The town itself had a diner, a hardware store, a gas station, a post office, and a small police department that doubled as the fire station. Everyone knew everyone else, or at least knew their last name and where they lived. I worked for the County Road Commission, driving a plow. Winters were busy, exhausting, but predictable. You followed routes, cleared roads, drank bad coffee from a thermos, and watched the world turn white and quiet under your headlights. There was comfort in it. That winter, though, something felt off almost immediately. I noticed it on my first overnight shift of December. It was just past midnight, snow falling thick and fast, when I saw someone standing at the edge of County Road 12. They were half hidden by blowing snow, just a dark shape under the streetlight near the old Miller farm. At first, I thought it was a stranded driver. It wasn't unusual for people to misjudge conditions and end up in the ditch. I slowed the plow and rolled down my window, cold air slamming into the cab. "Hey!" I shouted. "You all right?" The figure didn't move. They didn't wave or step forward. They just stood there, facing the road, their back to the light. I could see they were wearing a long coat, dark, maybe wool, and no hat. Snow was already collecting on their shoulders. I put the plow in park and climbed down. The wind cut through my jacket immediately, sharp and biting. I took a few steps toward them, boots crunching. "Sir?" I called. "Ma'am?" When I got closer, maybe 10 feet away, the figure turned its head slightly. I couldn't see their face clearly, just a pale blur in the snow. Then they took a step back, off the road and into the field beside it where the snow was deeper. "Wait," I said. "You need help?" They didn't answer. They turned fully and walked away, moving strangely, not trudging through the snow the way you would expect, but gliding almost like their feet weren't sinking. Within seconds, the snow swallowed them. I stood there longer than I should have, staring at the empty field, my breath fogging in front of me. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe someone drunk, maybe someone who didn't want help. I got back in the truck, turned up the heat, and finished my route. Still, I couldn't shake the image of that figure disappearing into the storm. The next morning at the diner, I mentioned it to a couple of the other plow drivers. They shrugged it off. "Probably a hunter," one of them said, "or some local weirdo." "Out in that storm?" I asked. He grinned. "You know folks around here." An older man sitting at the counter, Earl Whitman, turned slightly on his stool. Earl had lived in Greyhaven longer than anyone else I knew. He was in his late 70s, walked with a cane, and spent every morning at the diner nursing a single cup of coffee. "What road did you say?" he asked. "County 12, I said, near the old Miller place." Earl nodded slowly, eyes distant. "That figures." "What figures?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. The waitress refilled his cup. Finally he said, "You see his face?" "No," I said. "Couldn't really." "That's good," Earl said quietly. The conversation ended there. Earl paid and left, moving slower than usual. I told myself again that it meant nothing, but a small knot of unease settled in my chest. Over the next week, the snow never stopped. It wasn't always heavy, but it was constant, like the sky had decided to bury us inch by inch. Temperatures dropped into the single digits at night, sometimes below zero. The wind howled through the trees and across the open fields, carrying sound in strange ways. On December 10th, a woman named Lisa Henley went missing. She lived alone in a small house on the edge of town, off a dirt road that rarely saw traffic in winter. Lisa was in her early 40s, worked at the hardware store, and was known for being reliable to the point of obsession. When she didn't show up for her shift and didn't answer her phone, her manager called the police. By evening, half the town was out searching. Snowmobiles, trucks, people on foot. We checked ditches, fields, woods. Her car was still in the driveway, half buried in snow. The house was locked, lights off, thermostat turned low. There were no signs of a struggle, no footprints leading away from the house that we could see, though fresh snow made that almost meaningless. By midnight, the search was called off. It was too cold, too dangerous. The official story was that she had gone out for a walk or to check something outside and become disoriented. Hypothermia was the assumed cause. It happens more often than people like to admit. They found Lisa 2 days later, less than a quarter mile from her house, in a stand of pines. She was standing upright, leaning against a tree, her eyes open. She wasn't wearing a coat. Her hands were bare, fingers stiff and blue. The medical examiner said she had died of exposure. There were no signs of violence. People whispered about paradoxical undressing, about how people sometimes remove clothing when hypothermia sets in. It explained some of it, but not all. The thing that bothered me and others was that she had been found standing, not collapsed, and that there were no clear tracks leading to her, despite the snow being less deep under the trees. The night after her funeral, I saw the figure again. I was plowing a back road near the river, one that wound through thick woods. My headlights caught movement ahead, just beyond a bend. I slowed, heart starting to pound. As I came around the curve, I saw him standing in the middle of the road. This time there was no mistaking it. It was a man, tall and thin, wearing an old-fashioned overcoat that hung loosely from his shoulders. His hair was dark and long, brushing his collar. Snow clung to him, but he didn't seem bothered by it. I stopped the truck completely. The engine idled loudly in the silence. "Hey," I said again, though my voice felt thin. "You can't stand there. You'll get hit." He raised his head and looked directly at me. I saw his face clearly then, illuminated by the headlights. His skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over sharp cheekbones. His eyes were dark, sunken, and unblinking. His lips were blue, cracked, pulled back slightly from his teeth as if frozen mid-expression. He smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was wide and wrong, his mouth opening more than it should have, teeth bared in a way that made my stomach lurch. Then he lifted one hand and beckoned, curling a finger toward himself, toward the darkness behind him. I didn't think. I slammed the truck into reverse and backed up, tires skidding on packed snow. When I looked again, he was gone. The road ahead was empty. I sat there shaking for a long time, heater blasting, breath coming fast. Eventually, I turned around and drove straight back to the garage, radioing in that I was feeling sick. I didn't tell anyone what I had seen, not then. The disappearances continued. A teenage boy who had gone out snowshoeing and never returned. An elderly couple found frozen in their backyard, hands clasped together, coats missing. A man whose truck was found abandoned on the shoulder of the highway, engine still running, door open. Each time, the official explanation was the same. Exposure, disorientation, bad decisions in bad weather. And each time, there were details that didn't sit right. No tracks, bodies found standing or kneeling, faces turned toward the woods, and always the cold. By Christmas, fear had settled over Greyhaven like another layer of snow. People stopped going out unless they had to. Kids were kept inside. Church services were sparsely attended. The diner was quiet. I finally talked to Earl again on December 26th. He was at his usual spot, but he looked older somehow, more tired. "You know what's happening," I said, sitting beside him. He studied me for a moment. "You've seen him, haven't you?" I swallowed. "I think so." Earl nodded slowly. "My father told me about him, and his father told him, come some winters, not every year, only when the cold's deep and the snow don't stop." "What is he?" I asked. Earl shook his head. "Nobody knows. Some say he was a trapper who froze to death 100 years ago. Some say he's older than that. All I know is, if you see him and follow him, you don't come back." "He beckoned to me," I said, my voice barely audible. "That's what he does," Earl said. "Shows himself when you're tired, when you're cold, when you're alone, makes you think he's help, or that he needs help." "Can he be stopped?" I asked. Earl looked at his coffee. "He leaves when winter breaks, always has." "But until then," I pressed. "Until then, you stay inside," Earl said, "and you don't follow." That night, the temperature dropped to 20 below zero. The wind chill was worse. Power lines went down under the weight of ice and snow. Parts of town went dark. Around 11 p.m., my phone rang. It was the sheriff, asking if I could help with a welfare check on a family out on Ridge Road. Their power had been out all day, and no one had heard from them. Against my better judgment, I agreed. I bundled up, grabbed my truck, and headed out. The roads were barely passable. Snow blew across them in white sheets, headlights reflecting back blindingly. Ridge Road was remote, winding through dense forest. As I drove, I felt the same sense of being watched that I had felt before. My hands clenched the steering wheel. Halfway there, I saw him again. He stood at the edge of the road, just inside the tree line. This time, he wasn't alone. Behind him, deeper in the woods, I could see others. Shapes. People standing still among the trees, their faces pale, eyes reflecting the headlights like those of animals. They were all dressed for cold weather, but something was wrong with them, something stiff and lifeless. The man in the coat stepped closer to the road and raised his hand, palm out as if signaling me to stop. His mouth opened, and though I couldn't hear anything over the wind, I knew he was calling to me. Images flashed through my mind. Warmth, rest, silence. The end of fear. My foot eased off the gas without me meaning it to. Then I thought of Lisa, of the others, of Earl's warning. I floored it. The truck surged forward, skidding but moving, engine roaring. I didn't look back. I drove until I reached the house on Ridge Road, nearly crashing into the driveway. The family was alive, huddled in one room around a propane heater, shaken but safe. I stayed with them until help arrived, then drove back to town at dawn, exhausted beyond words. The storm broke 2 days later. The snow stopped. Temperatures rose slowly. By New Year's Day, the sun shone weakly over a landscape buried but quiet. No one else went missing after that. Life in Greyhaven crept back toward normal. The official tallies were made, deaths were mourned, explanations were accepted or at least tolerated. I still plow the roads in winter. I still drive County 12 and Ridge Road and all the rest. Most winters I see nothing out of the ordinary. But sometimes when the snow falls just right and the cold cuts deep, I see a figure at the edge of the trees, watching, waiting, and I keep driving. Story the end. The snow had been falling for days, thick and relentless, turning the small town of Frost Hollow into a near-perfect winter postcard. Streets were empty except for the occasional snowplow groaning under the weight of the accumulated ice, and the wind howled through the skeletal trees like some ancient warning. Everyone in town had boarded up their homes, stocked up on supplies, and retreated to the warmth of their fireplaces. But not everyone could, or would, stay inside. Eli Thompson had been driving his old pickup through the back roads for nearly 3 hours. He was late on a delivery for the local gas station, a small outpost that stayed open despite the storm. He squinted through the windshield, cursing under his breath as flakes danced like tiny white ghosts in his headlights. The road was slick, and snowdrifts had turned some parts into impassable mounds. He hated winter, but living in Frost Hollow meant learning to survive it, even when it wanted to swallow you whole. He took a sharp turn around a bend near the edge of Pine Creek and froze. There, on the road, stood a man, or at least something that looked human. The figure wore a dark coat and a hat pulled low over his face. He didn't wave or move. He just stood there, as if carved from the snow itself. Eli slammed the brakes, the tires screeching, but before he could stop completely, the man, or whatever it was, stepped back, silently vanishing into the storm. Shaking, Eli muttered to himself and pressed the accelerator. But the image of that figure stuck in his mind. He'd lived in Frost Hollow his whole life and had heard the stories, old legends about the Winter Watcher, a spirit that roamed the blizzards, watching travelers and punishing those who strayed too far from the warmth of home. He had laughed at those tales as a kid, but now, with the wind cutting through the cab like a knife, he wasn't so sure. By the time he reached the gas station, night had fallen in earnest. Snow clung to the roof in heavy slabs, and the fluorescent lights flickered through the storm. Inside, the warmth hit him like a wave. Marcy, the station clerk, looked up from her register. Her face was pale, her hands trembling around the mug of coffee she held. "You saw him too, didn't you?" she asked quietly, not looking at him directly. "Who?" Eli asked, trying to sound casual. "Outside, on the road, the man, the watcher." Eli forced a laugh. "Marcy, you're letting the storm get to you. No one's out there in this." Marcy shook her head. "I saw him. He's been standing there for hours, and every time someone drives past, he disappears, only to show up again." Eli frowned. "You're kidding. Don't laugh," she interrupted. "He's real. People say he doesn't like when you drive during storms, that he punishes you for it. They say if he touches your truck, you don't make it home." Eli's stomach sank. The old stories hadn't included that last part. He hadn't believed in ghosts since he was a kid, but the storm outside, the eeriness of Marcy's voice, and the memory of the figure on the road made him uneasy. He shrugged and said nothing, filling the gas tank quickly. By the time he left, the snow had thickened. The road seemed narrower, the trees closer, their branches groaning under the weight of ice. He turned onto a path that cut through the woods, hoping to shave off some time, but immediately he realized it was a mistake. The path wasn't plowed, and his tires slipped, sliding into a shallow ditch. He cursed, trying to get out, but the truck didn't budge. He got out, teeth chattering, and looked around. The snow fell heavier now, muffling the world into a strange gray silence. And then he saw it, the figure standing at the edge of the trees, just beyond the dim reach of the headlights. The coat was dark, the hat low, the face impossible to make out. Eli's hands went cold. Hey! I need help." No answer. The figure began moving, slowly, methodically, its boots crunching on the snow. But the sound wasn't like snow. It was deeper, heavier, as though each step pressed through some invisible weight. Eli stumbled back, scrambling for the truck door, but the figure was closer now, emerging from the shadows like a phantom. Panic gripped him. He leapt into the truck, fumbling with the keys, but they slipped from his hands. When he looked up, the figure was at the driver's side window, its face still obscured. He could feel the cold emanating from it, as if it was sucking the warmth from the cab. Then it raised a hand. Eli's heart stopped. The fingers were unnaturally long, blackened at the tips. He recognized the stories now. The warnings were real. The Winter Watcher didn't just appear. It punished. People who drove in storms, people who ignored the storm's silence, were never seen again. He lunged for the keys again, finally getting the engine to roar to life. The truck fishtailed as he spun onto the path, but when he looked in the rearview mirror, the figure wasn't following. The trees were empty, but he swore he saw footprints forming behind him. Deep, wide and stretching impossibly across the snow. Hours later, he made it home, the warmth of the house wrapping around him like a blanket. But sleep was impossible. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the watcher at the edge of the trees, waiting, silent, patient. He called the police the next day, but no one believed him. They assumed he had gotten scared, maybe hallucinated from fatigue. It didn't end there. Weeks later, Eli started noticing things. His truck door unlocked when it shouldn't be. The footprints in the snow outside his house, faint at first, then deeper, like someone or something had been pacing while he slept. And always the feeling of being watched, even indoors. The storm had passed, but the watcher had not. He tried to warn others, posting on social media, telling friends to stay home during blizzards, but people laughed. Everyone had their own lives to lead, their own errands to run. And then, slowly, news began trickling in. A family stranded on a back road was found frozen solid, their truck abandoned with footprints around it, as if someone or something had circled them before vanishing. A hunter went missing near Pine Creek, last seen heading into a snowstorm he thought he could handle. Eli never saw the figure again in person, but he could feel it. Every winter, when the snow begins to fall thick and heavy, he can feel the same pressure, the same presence, as if it's watching from the edge of the woods, waiting for someone foolish enough to drive when they shouldn't. Some nights he wakes to hear the crunch of boots in the snow outside, slow, deliberate, and impossible to locate. He doesn't open the door. He doesn't look out the window. He knows the winter watcher is patient. It doesn't hurry. It doesn't need to. And every year it claims new victims, reminding Frost Hollow that some legends aren't just stories. They're warnings carved in ice, shadows, and bone. Eli Thompson never drives in storms anymore. He never goes out at night when the wind howls and the snow blinds. And yet, when he sees a car struggle on the road, a figure standing too still at the edge of the trees, he can't help but feel the same dread he felt that first night. He knows the Winter Watcher is still out there, and he knows in his bones that it's only waiting for the next mistake. Story the end. The wind had been picking up all afternoon, rattling the old wooden shutters against the sides of the cabin. Emily and her younger brother, Jacob, huddled close to the fireplace, the orange glow illuminating their pale faces. Their parents had gone into town for supplies early that morning, leaving them alone in the remote cabin nestled deep in the Vermont woods. Snow had been falling steadily since dawn, a thick, wet blanket covering the ground and obscuring the narrow dirt road that led out of the valley. The isolation had been peaceful at first, a welcome escape from the chaos of their daily lives. But as evening fell, the stillness became oppressive, almost alive, pressing in from the dense forest all around. Jacob was restless, pacing back and forth with his small fists clenched. "Emily," he said, his voice quivering, "did you hear that?" Emily froze, listening. At first, there was nothing but the constant whisper of wind through the pines. Then a faint tapping, like fingernails on wood, echoed from the far side of the cabin. "It's probably just a branch," she said, forcing a calmness she didn't feel. But even as she spoke, the noise came again, closer, deliberate. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the trees. It was something else. Jacob's eyes widened. "It's at the window." Emily's stomach twisted. She got up slowly, trying not to show her fear. The window was frosted over, but she could just make out the outline of something standing in the snow beyond. A figure, tall, motionless, watching them. Her heart slammed in her chest, every instinct screaming to run, but she knew there was nowhere to go. The snow had already buried the road. If they tried to leave, they'd get lost and freeze before morning. "Stay calm," she whispered to Jacob, though her voice shook. She grabbed the small, antique bell on the mantel, a relic from their grandmother's collection, something she had always felt was protective, and held it tightly. The tapping stopped. The figure didn't move, but Emily could feel its gaze piercing through the glass. She swallowed hard, trying to think. Maybe it was a neighbor? But no one lived for miles in that direction, especially not in this storm. Then the tapping started again, slower this time. Deliberate, rhythmic. One tap, pause, two taps, pause, three taps. A pattern. Emily felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. She remembered the old stories their grandmother had told them about the forest spirits, about travelers who disappeared into the snow never to be found. She tried to dismiss it as superstition, but the unease clawing at her mind was undeniable. Jacob whimpered and clutched her arm. "It's going to come in," he whispered. Emily wanted to reassure him, but she couldn't find her voice. The fire crackled, the only sound breaking the tense silence. And then, suddenly, the window shattered inward with a deafening crash. Snow and ice sprayed across the floor, and the figure was inside the cabin in an instant. It was tall, impossibly tall, its limbs unnaturally long and thin. Its face was hidden under a hood, but Emily could see glimmers of frost-covered skin beneath. It moved with a jerky, unnatural rhythm, like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. Jacob screamed and ran toward the door, but Emily grabbed him, yanking him back. "No!" she shouted, adrenaline surging through her. "It's not going to let us leave." The creature advanced slowly, its presence filling the room with a suffocating cold. The bell in Emily's hand felt heavier, almost burning against her palm. In a desperate move, she rang it as hard as she could. The sharp chime echoed through the cabin, a sound that seemed to make the creature hesitate. It recoiled slightly, the hooded head tilting as if considering something. Emily seized the moment. "Go to the attic," she yelled to Jacob. He scrambled up the ladder, fumbling in the dark. Emily followed close behind, slamming the trapdoor shut and praying it would hold. She could hear the creature outside the door now, scraping and scratching, testing the wood as if it were made of paper. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Emily had no sense of time. She sat in the cramped attic with Jacob pressed against her side, listening to the sounds of destruction below. The fire in the fireplace had burned down to glowing embers, and the cold was seeping through the floorboards. Occasionally, the bell would vibrate in her pocket as though reacting to the presence of the thing below. Suddenly, a loud crack rang out from the kitchen. The ceiling above them shuddered. Emily grabbed Jacob's hand. "We have to move. Now." They descended cautiously, trying to avoid the creature's attention. The main room was a mess, broken furniture, shattered dishes, and footprints in the snow that had drifted inside. But the creature was gone. The silence that followed was heavy, almost unnatural, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Emily checked the doors and windows. All were smashed or warped from the cold and force. They had no way out, no way to call for help. The storm outside had intensified, snow piling high against the walls. The cabin felt smaller now, suffocating, like it had shrunk around them. Then Jacob whispered, barely audible, "It's upstairs, in the attic." Emily froze. Her heart pounded. "No," she whispered. She knew that voice. It wasn't Jacob's. It was colder, harsher, and it carried a weight that made her bones ache. The attic trapdoor lifted slowly, the sound of wood creaking. A hand, impossibly long and thin, reached through, followed by another. Emily grabbed the bell again and rang it, but this time the sound was weak, almost swallowed by the storm outside. The hands withdrew, and the trapdoor slammed shut. The silence returned, deeper and more unsettling than before. Emily held Jacob close, shivering, feeling the weight of eyes watching them from the dark corners of the attic. They couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't breathe properly, trapped in that fragile space with the thing that had broken into their home. By morning, the storm had passed. The forest was eerily quiet, the snow crisp and undisturbed except for the tracks leading from the cabin to the woods. Emily opened the trapdoor slowly. The main room was empty, the broken furniture undisturbed. The creature was gone, for now. But something had changed. Emily could feel it in the way the shadows clung to the corners of the room, in the whispers of wind that seemed to carry a voice just beneath hearing. And in Jacob's eyes, wide and unblinking, she saw a fear that would never leave him. They left the cabin that day, taking only what they could carry, leaving behind the bell, the firewood, and the memories of that night. The town was miles away, but Emily knew, deep in her bones, that the creature would follow, that it was patient, waiting, watching, and that the winter would come again. Years later, Emily would tell herself it was a hallucination, the fear of isolation twisting reality. But every winter, when the wind howled through the pines and the snow piled high, she felt the same oppressive presence, the same deliberate tapping at the windows, and she knew the truth. Some things in the forest are not bound by logic, by time, or by fear. They simply wait. And one cold, silent night, she swore she saw it standing at the edge of her backyard, motionless, its eyes like frozen coals, waiting for her to open the door. Story the end. The wind howled across the frozen fields, rattling the thin window panes of the old farmhouse as if trying to warn anyone inside. It had been snowing since the previous evening, the flakes thick and heavy, accumulating so fast that the driveway disappeared under a blanket of white within hours. Inside, the house was dimly lit by a single flickering lamp, its weak glow casting long shadows on the walls lined with peeling wallpaper. The air smelled faintly of wood smoke and something else, something metallic and almost like iron. Tom Harrison had lived in this house all his life. His parents had passed away years ago, leaving him alone with the memories of childhood winters spent playing in the deep snow and listening to the forest beyond the fields groan under the weight of ice. But tonight, something felt wrong. He couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and it wasn't the usual isolation-induced paranoia that sometimes gnawed at him during the long winter months. This was different. He could feel it crawling under his skin, a chill far more potent than the weather outside. He tried to focus on the television, a rerun of an old crime drama, but the static crackling from the old set seemed louder than the voices on screen. The snowstorm outside intensified, gusts of wind slamming against the house like fists. Tom wrapped a threadbare blanket around his shoulders and moved toward the kitchen to make himself some tea. The old floorboards creaked under his feet, each groan echoing through the empty house. As he poured hot water into a mug, he noticed the front door, partially obscured by snow, was slightly ajar. That didn't make sense. He had locked it hours ago. He froze. The wind howled, carrying with it the faintest sound of crunching snow, footsteps, slow and deliberate, crunching just beyond the threshold. His heart thudded painfully against his ribs as he moved toward the door, gripping the handle with sweaty hands. Peering outside, he saw nothing but the white blur of the storm. No footprints, no shadows, only the sound of the wind and his own ragged breathing. He tried to convince himself it was the storm, a trick of the snow and darkness, but the unease didn't fade. Tom returned to the living room, trying to force normalcy. He sat down and wrapped himself tighter in the blanket, listening. That's when he heard it, a faint whispering, low and barely audible, coming from the hallway that led to the bedrooms. He strained his ears. It wasn't the wind. It was words, muttered so softly he couldn't understand them. His stomach tightened. He wasn't alone, not in the usual imagined sense. Someone or something was in the house with him. The house, old and rickety, seemed to respond to his fear. The floorboards groaned as if footsteps followed his every move. Shadows shifted in the corners of his vision, shapes that vanished when he turned his head. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, but still just beyond the edge of comprehension. He tried calling out, but his voice was swallowed by the wind and the house itself. "Who's there?" he demanded, his voice cracking. Silence. Then a creak from upstairs. He lived alone. No one had been upstairs in months. Gathering what little courage he had, he grabbed a heavy flashlight and ascended the staircase, each step groaning under his weight. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the hallway lined with old family photos, faces frozen in time. The whispering stopped the moment he reached the top. The silence was suffocating, pressing down on him heavier than the snow outside. He moved toward his parents' old bedroom, the source of an inexplicable pull he couldn't resist. As he pushed open the door, he froze. The room was empty, just as it always had been, but there was a message scrawled across the wall in what looked like red paint. Words that made his blood run cold. "Don't look outside." The wind howled again, almost in laughter. He spun around toward the window, heart hammering, only to find the glass completely fogged over and something pressing against it from the outside. A shadow, shapeless but unmistakably there, peering in at him. He stumbled backward, tripping over the rug, his flashlight clattering to the floor. When he scrambled to pick it up, it illuminated the hallway long enough for him to see more writing on the walls, scribbled hastily, almost frantically, as if someone had been trapped here for days. "You shouldn't be here. They see you. They are waiting." Each phrase seemed to writhe and twist, the letters stretching unnaturally as if alive. Tom's mind raced. He had never noticed these before. He had never even been upstairs since his parents died. How long had they been here? Or had they come back? A sudden slam of the front door echoed through the house, rattling windows and making the walls shiver. Tom ran to the door, throwing it open into the blizzard. The snow was falling so hard he could barely see a few feet ahead. No footprints, no shadows, nothing. Just the unrelenting storm. He stepped outside, heart racing, the cold biting through his thin coat, searching for any sign of what had scared him. But the yard was empty, silent, and the wind carried only the sound of the storm itself. Yet the feeling of being watched didn't abate, it intensified. It was all around him, pressing from every direction. Suddenly, something moved in the snow. He spun, shining the flashlight, and froze. A figure, hunched and barely distinguishable in the swirling snow, emerged from the white haze. It moved slowly, almost limping, toward the house. He recognized the silhouette instantly, his father's shape. But it was wrong. Hollow-eyed, gaunt, and dragging something heavy behind him that left deep grooves in the snow. He stumbled backward, unable to scream, as the figure reached the porch and raised its head. The eyes, empty, dark pits, locked on him. Tom ran back inside, slamming the door behind him and locking it, the old locks groaning under the strain. He backed away from the door, realizing he was trapped in a house that felt increasingly alien. The shadows moved on their own, creeping along the walls, gathering in corners. The whispering returned, louder this time, forming a chorus of voices speaking over one another in urgent, chaotic whispers. He covered his ears, but it didn't help. The voices were inside his head now, commanding, warning, pleading. In desperation, he grabbed the keys to his truck, which was buried under several feet of snow, and ran outside. The cold was biting, but adrenaline overrode it. He dug feverishly at the snow, trying to free the vehicle. The figure watched from the porch, unmoving, a silent sentinel in the storm. He finally cleared enough snow to open the door and jumped inside. As he started the engine, he glanced up at the house one last time and saw dozens of figures, all his family members long gone, standing at every window, staring silently as if waiting for him to leave. Then they vanished, melting into the storm as though they had never been there. The drive down the snow-covered road was surreal. The storm seemed endless, a white wall stretching on in every direction. The house receded into the distance, small and still, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave him. He passed empty fields, twisted trees, and the occasional abandoned farmhouse, all eerily familiar yet completely alien in the storm's grip. Hours seemed to pass in minutes, the headlights of his truck cutting through the blizzard like knives. Finally, he reached the main highway, and the storm seemed to relent slightly. The world outside became recognizable again, the usual snow-covered countryside, the occasional passing car. He pulled into a gas station, shaking uncontrollably, and watched as the storm continued behind him, leaving the landscape eerily silent. He tried to tell the clerk what had happened, but the words caught in his throat. How could he explain something so inexplicable? They would think he was insane. He bought some supplies, left, and drove straight to a nearby motel, checking in under a fake name. That night, as he lay in the cheap motel bed, the events of the evening replayed in his mind. The shadows, the voices, the figures at the windows, they felt like a warning, a message he couldn't understand. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by dreams of icy fields and endless white, of hands reaching through the snow and voices whispering, "You can never leave." The next morning, he returned to the highway, trying to rationalize what had happened. Perhaps it was a hallucination or exhaustion or the long isolation of winter playing tricks on him. He called friends, but none had noticed anything unusual in the area. When he finally dared to look back, the road stretched endlessly, but in the distance, faint against the snow, he thought he saw the farmhouse, its windows dark and empty. He blinked, and it was gone. But deep down, he knew it was only waiting, buried under the snow, patient and silent, for the next time someone wandered too close. Weeks later, Tom tried to return to normal life, but the sense of being watched never left him. Shadows lingered in corners, voices whispered when no one was around, and the cold felt sharper, more invasive than ever before. He avoided the roads near his old home, fearing what might be waiting. But he knew, somewhere deep in the blizzard-covered countryside, the house was still there, waiting, watching, and when the snow falls heavy enough, it will call out again. Story the end. It had been snowing for 3 days straight, turning the small town of Pine Creek, Vermont into an endless white blur. The streets were deserted, the only sound the relentless howl of the wind through skeletal trees and the occasional crunch of snow under boots. Most of the town had hunkered down, fires roaring, shovels in hand, waiting for the storm to pass. But not everyone had that luxury. Michael Harding, a local forest ranger, had been called in to check on the cabins deep in the woods that were usually used by hunters and hikers. A few reports came in that a group of students had gone snowshoeing and hadn't returned. Michael knew the forest like the back of his hand, but the snowstorm had turned every path into a frozen labyrinth. He parked his truck at the edge of the forest and pulled on his snow boots, tightening the straps of his backpack. Inside were the essentials: a thermal blanket, a flashlight with extra batteries, a small first aid kit, and a hunting knife. The storm was already bad enough to make visibility almost zero. He took a deep breath and stepped into the cold, each foot sinking into fresh snow. The trees towered above him, their branches heavy with ice. Every now and then, the wind would whip through, making them creak and groan. He kept thinking about the students, all 4 of them, and the reports that they had ignored the rangers' warnings about venturing into the forest during such a storm. "They're probably fine," he muttered to himself. But he didn't really believe it. About an hour into the hike, Michael came across something unusual: a single set of footprints, not just one, but multiple, leading deeper into the woods. He checked his GPS. The path seemed to lead in the general direction of the hunter cabins, but the snow had already begun covering the tracks again. He followed them anyway, keeping an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. By late afternoon, he reached a small clearing. The wind howled like a living thing, and the trees bent under the weight of snow. That's when he saw it. A cabin, half buried in snow, its door hanging open. Michael's heart raced. Something felt wrong. He cautiously approached and saw that inside, the place was empty. No fire, no footprints, nothing to indicate recent activity. But there was something else. Scratched into the floorboards near the doorway were words. Michael leaned closer and felt a chill run down his spine. The letters were uneven, jagged, as if carved in a panic. "Don't look behind you." He swallowed hard. At first, he thought it was some kind of prank. But the closer he got to the message, the more uneasy he felt. The cabin was too remote for a prank, and the snowstorm had been relentless for days. Whoever wrote this, they had been trapped here. Michael's flashlight flickered, making the shadows dance across the walls. He decided to keep moving, reasoning that the students might have left the cabin in a hurry. He followed the trail deeper into the forest, but the footprints seemed to vanish just as quickly as they had appeared. The snow was falling faster now, the cold biting through his gloves and jacket. Every step felt heavier, the forest more oppressive. Then he heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound. At first, he thought it was the wind, but it wasn't rhythmic like the wind. It was irregular, like footsteps or someone dragging something through the snow. He froze. The sound seemed to circle him, coming from every direction at once. Michael swung his flashlight wildly, but all he could see were trees, their black trunks like skeletons in the snow. "Hello?" he called out, his voice cracking. No response. The sound stopped. He exhaled, thinking he had imagined it. But then he saw movement just beyond the trees. A figure, hunched over, moving erratically. He aimed his flashlight, and the figure stopped, as if aware it had been spotted. Michael started toward it. "Hey, are you okay?" he shouted. The figure didn't answer. As he got closer, the snow around it looked disturbed, as if something had been dragged across the ground. His stomach dropped. The figure turned slightly, enough for him to see a pale, frozen face, eyes wide and unblinking, lips blue. He froze. It was not alive. Not in any way he could understand. Panic surged through him. Michael backed away, tripping over a hidden root. As he scrambled to his feet, the figure moved, but not in a natural way. It twisted unnaturally, limbs bending in impossible angles, and then it was gone, swallowed by the trees. Michael's heart raced. He ran. The forest seemed endless, the snow piling up faster than he could move. Every step left him more exhausted, and he had no idea where he was headed. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. He had lost all sense of time. The storm had intensified, snowflakes so thick they felt like needles against his face. Then he saw a faint light ahead. Relief washed over him. A cabin. Another one. He sprinted toward it, flinging the door open. Inside, the room was empty, but warm. There was a small fire burning in the hearth, as if someone had been there very recently. On the floor, his flashlight illuminated something that made him stagger back in disbelief. Footprints, tiny ones, almost childlike, but they led from the door to the fireplace and stopped abruptly. And next to them, carved into the wall, were more words. "They're watching you. Always." Michael's hands shook. He didn't know what to do. Then he heard it again. The dragging sound, outside this time, circling the cabin. He could feel it through the floorboards, through the walls. He grabbed his knife and flashlight, trying to steady himself, listening. The sound stopped. Silence. Hours passed like this. He couldn't sleep. Every creak, every whisper of the wind made his heart leap. When morning finally came, the storm had subsided slightly, revealing a world drowned in white. Michael stepped outside to find the forest eerily silent. The tracks leading to the cabin were gone, vanished under fresh snow. He made his way back to town, exhausted and frozen. When he returned, he tried to report what he had seen, but no one believed him. There had been no record of the students entering the forest. No missing persons report matched the timeline. Even the cabins he had checked seemed untouched. It was as if the forest had swallowed everything whole. Weeks later, Michael couldn't shake the feeling that something followed him out of the forest. At night, he would hear scratching at his windows, faint breathing outside, and sometimes, in the corner of his room, shadows moved against the light. He told himself it was paranoia, a result of stress and isolation. But deep down, he knew it wasn't. The forest didn't let go easily, and sometimes, when the wind howled and the snow fell, he swore he could hear whispers, carried from deep within the woods, warning him not to look behind. One evening, he received a call from a local hunter who had been out near the northern ridge. The hunter's voice trembled as he spoke of something he had seen. A pale figure, dragging itself through the snow, always watching, never blinking, vanishing when approached. Michael's blood ran cold. The forest wasn't done. It never would be. He packed his gear again, planning to head back into the woods. Not to search for the students, not to confront the figure, but to understand it. He had to know what had followed him, what had carved those warnings into the walls, and why it seemed to exist only in the winter, when the snow drowned the world in white and silence. Michael never returned from that expedition. His truck was found at the forest's edge weeks later, buried in snow, engine still warm. Inside the cabin nearest the trail, something else had appeared. Fresh scratches on the doorframe, spelling out one simple message in jagged, desperate letters: "Welcome back." Story, the end. The wind cut through the pines like 1,000 knives, sharp and relentless, as if the forest itself was breathing a cold, malicious warning. The snow lay thick on the ground, a blanket of white that muffled every sound except the occasional groan of a distant tree bending under the weight. Up in the mountains of northern Vermont, the small town of Pine Hollow had long been accustomed to harsh winters. But this year the cold seemed to have a mind of its own. It didn't just bite, it hunted. Sam Carter had been driving for hours, trying to make it back to his cabin after visiting his sister in Burlington. The roads were nearly impossible to navigate, slick with ice and drifted over with fresh snow that had fallen overnight. He had always liked the solitude of his little cabin deep in the woods, but tonight he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone. Headlights from other cars had disappeared hours ago, swallowed by the storm, and his cell phone had died somewhere along Route 108, leaving him with nothing but the rhythmic crunch of tires against ice and the whispering wind. By the time Sam reached the small bridge that led to the dirt path of his cabin, darkness had completely overtaken the sky. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, and the forest around him looked like a solid wall of black. He slowed his truck, trying to make out the path, when he saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the road. A man, or maybe a woman, he couldn't tell, just a silhouette against the snow. At first, he thought it was someone stranded, but there was something unnatural about the way it stood, perfectly still, almost too tall. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled. "Hey!" Sam called, his voice barely carrying over the wind. The figure didn't move, didn't respond. Something in his gut told him to keep driving, but some foolish part of him slowed the truck to a crawl, squinting through the windshield. Then it raised its head. There were no features, just a pale, stretched face that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. Sam's stomach dropped. He slammed the truck into gear and floored it, the tires spinning on ice as the figure didn't move, didn't even flinch. But he swore, in the corner of his vision, he saw it step forward. When he finally reached the cabin, breathless and shaking, the warmth inside was almost comforting. The fire had long since died out, leaving only a thin layer of ash in the fireplace. He grabbed matches and a small stack of wood, lighting a fire that filled the room with flickering light. He tried to shake off the encounter on the road, telling himself it was a trick of the snow and darkness, but the unease wouldn't leave him. Every shadow seemed deeper than it should be, every creak of the old wooden cabin magnified. Hours passed. Sam tried to sleep but found himself pacing, listening. The wind outside had intensified, rattling the windows and doors. Then he heard it, a faint tapping at the window. At first he froze, heart hammering. It sounded like fingernails, sharp and slow. He told himself it was a branch brushing against the glass, but the sound came again, deliberate, rhythmic. Trembling, he approached the window and peered out, only to see the same figure from the road, standing just beyond the porch. It tilted its head as if observing him, and then it was gone. Not behind a tree or into the darkness. It simply vanished, leaving only the snow disturbed where it had stood. The next morning, Sam found deep footprints circling the cabin, large and uneven, almost humanoid but too long, too wide. They led from the edge of the forest to the porch and back again. He couldn't see where they ended. The tracks were accompanied by scratches in the wood near the cabin door, shallow but jagged, as if something with enormous strength had tried to enter. He wanted to leave, to go back to town, but the storm had grown worse. Roads were closed, and the snow had piled high against the cabin door. Trapped, he had no choice but to wait. By nightfall, the wind had grown louder, and the temperature plummeted. Sam sat near the fire, wrapped in blankets, trying to convince himself that the figure was just a person lost in the storm, maybe suffering from exposure. But then he heard whispers, faint, almost indistinguishable from the howl of the wind, but human, calling his name. Sam, Sam. The sound came from outside the cabin, circling, moving closer. He rushed to the windows, but saw nothing, only the thick snow and the darkness beyond. Every instinct screamed to run, but there was nowhere to go. Hours passed like that, whispers turning into soft knocks, then harder raps against the walls. At one point, the front door shook violently, as if someone, or something, was trying to force it open. Sam grabbed a heavy fireplace poker and braced himself. The shaking stopped and silence returned. For a while. But then, from the corner of the room, he saw it again. The figure just standing there, motionless, staring. Its face remained featureless, pale, yet somehow horrifyingly human. Sam's heart pounded, every nerve screaming, and the firelight flickered over the edges of its shape. In a blind panic, Sam ran to the back door, hoping to escape through the woods, but the figure was suddenly there, standing between him and freedom. He screamed, swung the poker, and the thing dissolved into shadow, leaving only cold, swirling air. He ran back inside, barricading the doors and windows, shaking uncontrollably. Sleep was impossible. All he could do was watch the shadows dance along the walls, waiting for the thing to return. Days passed. Sam rationed food and water, never venturing outside. He tried calling for help, but the storm had knocked out the lines and cell towers. Every night, the whispers returned, growing louder, more insistent, until he could hear them in his head, even when the wind died down. The figure would appear and disappear, sometimes reflected in the mirror, sometimes in the corner of his vision. Its presence was relentless, and Sam felt himself losing touch with reality. He could no longer tell if he was dreaming, hallucinating, or being hunted by something that wasn't meant to exist in this world. On the fifth night, the fire went out. Sam had neglected it in his exhaustion, and the temperature in the cabin dropped rapidly. He wrapped himself in every blanket, huddling in the corner, trying to make it through the night. The tapping started again, louder this time, followed by heavy breathing. Sam's eyes, wide with terror, caught movement in the snow outside. The figure was closer than ever, almost at the window. And then, slowly, impossibly, dozens of them appeared. Shadows among the snow, pale shapes gliding silently toward the cabin. Panic overtook him, but he couldn't move fast enough. By morning, the storm had cleared. Pine Hollow's small rescue team eventually reached Sam's cabin after neighbors reported seeing smoke that had long since gone out. They found the cabin in ruin, doors and windows splintered, but no sign of Sam. The firewood had been scattered, the walls scratched deeply, and in the snow outside, countless footprints led in every direction, circling the cabin like a web, disappearing into the woods. No human footprints, the rescuers noted. Too large, too elongated, unnaturally spaced, and the temperature around the cabin was unnaturally cold, even for winter. The rescuers never saw Sam again. Years later, locals still warn travelers about that stretch of Route 108. Some say, if the snow is deep and the wind is howling, you can still see pale shapes standing at the edge of the road, tilting their heads, watching, waiting. And if you stop, the whispers begin, calling your name, inviting you to follow, promising warmth, safety, and relief from the cold. No one who follows the voice ever comes back. Story the end. The wind howled through the skeletal trees of northern Minnesota, rattling the windows of the small cabin tucked deep into the woods. Snow had been falling for 3 days straight, piling high against the sides of the building and creating drifts that reached the first-story windows. Inside, the warmth from the old wood stove battled the biting cold, but even with layers of blankets, the chill seemed to seep into the bones. Ethan and Claire had come up for a weekend getaway, seeking isolation and the quiet that only winter could bring. Ethan had grown up near Duluth and knew the area well, but he had always respected the stories locals told about the forests, tales of people vanishing without a trace during winter storms, of cabins where the frost never seemed to leave the windows, no matter how hot the fire burned. Claire laughed at most of the stories, calling them exaggerated folklore, but even she admitted the place felt unnervingly still. The first night passed quietly. They cooked a simple meal, listened to the wind, and played cards by the fire. Outside, the snow piled higher, muffling the world. By midnight, the storm had intensified. The wind shrieked against the walls of the cabin like an animal trapped in the dark. Ethan checked the windows again, making sure the shutters were secure. "Feels like it's trying to get in," Claire murmured, pulling her knees to her chest. "It's just the wind," Ethan said, though he felt a shiver run down his spine. Around 2 a.m, a sound broke through the howl of the storm, a faint tapping at the front door. Ethan froze, listening. The storm was loud enough that no normal sound could penetrate. Yet there it was again, a deliberate, rhythmic tapping like fingers drumming against wood. He tried to tell himself it was a branch or ice falling off the roof, but instinct pushed him toward the door. Grabbing a flashlight, he unlatched the door and peered into the blizzard. The beam cut through the whiteness, but nothing moved. No footprints, no shadow, just the endless swirl of snow. He slammed the door shut, but the sense of being watched lingered. Morning came slow, pale sunlight filtering through the frost-crusted windows. The storm had passed, leaving the world outside a pristine, silent white. Yet something felt off. The snowdrifts around the cabin were untouched except for a single line of footprints leading from the edge of the tree line to the front door, but none leading back. Ethan and Claire stared at them, unease settling like ice in their stomachs. "Maybe someone got lost out there," Claire suggested. "We should call the ranger station, just in case." Ethan nodded, but when he reached for his phone, he realized it had no signal. No surprise, given their remoteness, but it amplified the isolation. They decided to venture out anyway, hoping to reach a nearby road. Bundling up, they followed the footprints a short distance into the forest, but soon the tracks disappeared beneath a fresh layer of snow. It was as if they had never existed. Returning to the cabin, Ethan tried to shake off the unease. They spent the day chopping firewood, melting snow for water, and keeping the fire roaring. By nightfall, exhaustion overtook fear, and they went to bed. But sleep did not come easy. Around 3 a.m, Claire awoke to a scraping sound outside their bedroom window. She nudged Ethan awake. "What is it?" she whispered. He listened. It was faint but unmistakable, like nails dragging across wood. The hair on his arms stood on end. He grabbed a flashlight and crept to the window. The snow outside glimmered in the beam, but no shape moved. No shadows, no footprints. Yet every instinct screamed danger. Then came a whisper. Soft, distant, almost carried by the wind. "Help me." Ethan froze. "Claire, it's just the wind," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. The whisper came again, clearer this time. "Please, help." They stayed huddled together, too afraid to move until the sun rose. Morning revealed nothing unusual outside, but inside they found the front door slightly ajar, snow tracked in across the threshold. They hadn't opened it. The next day, trying to dismiss the events as paranoia, they decided to explore further. They wandered through the dense forest, following faint animal tracks, hoping to find some sign of civilization. Hours passed, the snow crunching beneath their boots, and they found a narrow trail leading to a frozen creek. There, partially buried in snow, were human footprints, bare footprints. They were small, likely a child, and they led to the edge of the creek before abruptly ending. Ethan knelt to inspect them. "Who walks barefoot in this?" he murmured. Claire shivered, her voice barely a whisper. "We should go back. Now." Reluctantly, they retraced their steps, but the sense of being followed never left them. Shadows seemed to move at the edge of vision, and every gust of wind sounded like a voice calling their names. Back at the cabin, the temperature inside had dropped noticeably, despite the fire. Ethan's hands were numb from chopping wood but when he reached for a log, he noticed something strange in the ash of the stove. Small, blackened footprints, as if someone or something had walked across the coals. Fear tightened around them like a vice. They debated leaving immediately, but their truck was buried beneath 6 feet of snow. They were trapped. That night, the tapping returned, louder, more insistent. This time it was accompanied by scratching, like claws against wood. The whispers returned, now a chorus. "Please. Help. Us." Claire's panic escalated. "We have to get out. Now. Whatever this is, it's not alone." Ethan tried to calm her, but his own voice shook. They decided to barricade the doors and windows, using whatever furniture they could push against the frames. They slept in shifts, one keeping watch while the other tried to rest. Around midnight, Ethan was awakened by a thump on the roof. He grabbed a flashlight and crept outside. The snow was pristine, untouched, except for a single set of footprints leading across the roof and disappearing into the tree line. He felt his stomach turn. Back inside, Claire was shaking. "They're outside. Watching," she said. "They never leave." They stayed in the cabin for 3 more days, barely sleeping, eating only what they could scavenge from their supplies. By the 4th day, the snowstorm had subsided enough to attempt an escape. Ethan shoveled a path to the truck, Claire standing guard. As they worked, Ethan noticed something in the distance, figures moving through the trees. At first, he thought it was another lost hiker, but as they drew closer, he realized the figures were impossibly thin, pale, their faces hidden beneath matted hair, their eyes black and hollow. They moved silently, gliding over the snow surrounding the cabin. "Run!" Ethan shouted. They sprinted through the drifts, the figures following, never breaking stride, never making a sound. When they reached the truck, Ethan fumbled with the keys, the engine coughing before roaring to life. As they sped down the narrow snow-covered road, Ethan looked in the rearview mirror. The figures stood at the edge of the forest, watching. But one was on the road, barefoot, pale, small, like the footprints at the creek. It lifted a hand, and Ethan swore he saw the shadows stretch unnaturally, reaching toward them. They didn't stop until they reached a small town over 20 miles away. Shaking, exhausted, they told the locals about the cabin, the footprints, the whispers. The sheriff's face went pale. "You're lucky to be alive," he said. "That area, people don't go up there after December anymore. Too many disappearances. Some say it's the cold itself, but most say something else, something that feeds on the lost." Ethan and Claire never returned to the cabin, but the memory haunted them. The sound of tapping in the wind, the whispers carried on the snow, the barefoot figure that had reached toward them. Years later, Ethan would drive past the forest in spring, when the snow had melted and the trees stood bare. Sometimes, just at the edge of vision, he thought he saw something move. Something pale and thin, always watching. And late at night, Claire would wake up, certain she heard the faintest scratching at the windows, the same rhythm that had chased them through the winter storm. Some people dismiss it as imagination, a product of isolation and fear. But Ethan knows better. The snow can hide many things, but it can also reveal what was meant to stay hidden. And in that forest, the cold is never just cold, it remembers. The footprints never stop, the whispers never end, and the shadowed figures remain, waiting for the next soul foolish enough to seek refuge in the winter woods. Story, the end. It started on the coldest night of the year in the small town of Keene, New Hampshire, a place where winter was less a season and more a force of nature. Snow fell in relentless sheets, piling high against the sides of houses, filling the streets with a blinding white that made navigation nearly impossible. The wind cut like knives through the trees, rattling windows and shaking doors, and anyone who dared step outside felt as though they were being swallowed by the cold itself. Tom Whitaker had lived in Keene his entire life. He knew every road, every tree line, and every shortcut through the woods, but this storm was different. He worked as a local lineman repairing power lines after storms, and he had seen his share of winter tempests, but there was a strange stillness that evening. A certain unnatural quiet that made his skin crawl despite the thick wool coat he wore and the fire roaring in his truck's heater. He was on his way home from a long shift, driving his old Ford pickup along the back roads outside of town. The snow made it nearly impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. Headlights pierced the darkness in narrow beams, reflecting off the white walls of snow that the storm had carved. As he drove, he noticed the snow-covered woods around him seemed to bend unnaturally in the wind, and faint shadows flickered between the trees. At first, he thought it was a trick of the headlights, the way shadows lengthened and danced, but the longer he drove, the more the feeling grew that something was watching him. It started with the road signs. One moment he would see a sign for a familiar intersection, and the next it was gone, replaced by a stretch of forest he didn't recognize. Tom's grip on the steering wheel tightened. He knew these roads like the back of his hand, and yet he felt utterly lost. The GPS on his phone had already died from the cold hours ago. Then he saw it. At first he thought it was a person, a figure standing by the edge of the road, but the closer he got, the stranger it became. It didn't move like a person. Its head hung at an unnatural angle, and the snow clung to its body in a way that made it seem frozen in time. Tom blinked, and when he looked again, the figure was gone. His heart pounded, and he muttered to himself, "Get a grip, Whitaker. It's the wind. It's the snow. Nothing else." He drove on, trying to shake the image from his mind. But then the truck's headlights caught another figure, this one closer, and this time he could see it clearly. It was a man, or at least it looked like one. He wore tattered clothing, but his face, Tom couldn't see a face. It was obscured by a mass of frost and snow, as if the storm itself had frozen it solid. The figure raised a hand toward the truck. Tom slammed on the brakes, skidding in the snow, his tires fighting for traction. When he looked back, the figure was gone again. Tom's radio crackled, a brief burst of static cutting through the silence. "Whitaker, do you copy?" It was Hank, his coworker. Tom grabbed the radio. "Yeah, I'm here. You hear me?" "Hear you," Hank said, his voice tense. "But what the hell's going on out there? Roads are disappearing. Trees are." The radio went dead. Tom tried calling his wife, but the phone remained stubbornly silent. Panic set in. He knew these roads, these woods. They didn't do this. Something was wrong. The truck hit a patch of ice and skidded off the road, plunging into a ditch. Tom cursed, trying to rock the truck free, but the snow had already buried the wheels. He was stuck. Completely, utterly stuck. He grabbed his coat, flashlight, and a small shovel from the back of the truck. The wind whipped around him, and the snow fell so thickly he could barely see his own hands. He started walking toward what he thought was the nearest road, but every direction looked the same. Endless white, punctuated by the twisted shapes of blackened trees. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. Time seemed meaningless in the blizzard. Tom stumbled through the snow, deck exhaustion and cold gnawing at him when he saw it again. A small cabin, almost completely buried under the snow, smoke curling weakly from the chimney. Relief flooded him. Shelter, heat, safety. He approached and knocked, his knuckles numbing instantly. No answer. He pushed the door. It opened with a groan, revealing a dimly lit interior. The cabin was small, rustic, and eerily quiet. There was a table, a wood stove, and a single chair facing it. On the chair sat a figure, hunched over, its back to him. Tom cleared his throat. "Hello? Anyone here?" The figure didn't move. The closer he got, the more he noticed how wrong it was. The shape wasn't human. Its arms were too long, its head twisted at an impossible angle. And then, with a slow, jerky motion, it turned. Tom froze. Its face was frozen a scream, eyes wide and black, skin stretched tight like wax over bone. A deep, hollow wail filled the cabin, echoing off the walls, and Tom felt the cold like he had never felt it before, inside his bones, inside his chest, freezing his very breath. He ran, out into the snow, the storm now seeming to push him back, taunting him. He ran blindly, tripping, falling, scraping his hands and face on ice and wood. When he finally looked up, the trees were different. Everything was different. The cabin was gone. The road was gone. Only snow, only the blizzard. And then he saw them. Figures emerging from the storm. Hundreds, maybe thousands, moving silently between the trees. All faceless, all frozen in their movements, and all staring at him. Tom tried to scream, but the wind swallowed his voice. He turned to run, but the snow seemed to resist him, slowing his movements until he could barely lift his legs. A hand touched his shoulder. He spun around. The figure had no eyes, just hollow pits where they should be, and its mouth stretched impossibly wide. Tom screamed, the sound finally breaking free, and bolted. Somehow he found a road, somewhere familiar, or maybe he only thought it was familiar. Hours later, he stumbled into Keene, covered in frost, shivering uncontrollably, clothes soaked through, skin numb. He tried to explain what happened, but the words wouldn't come out. The police looked for tracks, for evidence, but found nothing. No footprints, no bodies, no cabin, just snow. He tried to return to work, to normal life, but the images haunted him. At night, he could hear the hollow wails, feel the icy hands brushing his skin. He stopped going out after dark. He never drove those back roads again. And then one morning, weeks later, a neighbor told him they had seen him walking the edge of the forest the night of the storm. But he hadn't been alone. Behind him, they said, dozens of figures followed, all faceless, all moving silently, and disappearing into the storm. Tom never speaks of that night. No one believes him. But sometimes, when the wind howls and the snow falls thick and fast, he swears he can see them, standing just beyond the tree line, waiting, watching. And he knows deep down that if he ever steps into the blizzard again, he won't come back. Story the end. The snow came early that year, a relentless gray storm that blanketed the small town of Elk River, Montana, weeks before Christmas. The kind of snow that didn't just fall, it clung to everything, piled up against doors, bent tree branches to the ground, and made every familiar road unrecognizable. Mark Hansen, a local construction worker, had stayed late at a friend's cabin after helping finish a remodel. By the time he left, the storm had turned the road home into a wall of white. His truck's headlights barely cut through the thick curtain of falling snow, and the radio buzzed with static, the emergency broadcast warning about drifting snow and icy roads repeating every few minutes. Mark was used to Montana winters. He knew snow, ice, and isolation better than most. But there was something different about this night. The wind carried a strange undertone, almost like distant voices whispering through the trees. He shook it off and focused on the road ahead, gripping the steering wheel until his knuckles ached. The road curved sharply, lined on both sides by thick pines heavy with snow, and Mark knew that if he skidded even slightly, there would be nowhere to stop. Halfway down the pass, his headlights illuminated a figure. At first, he thought it was a stranded hiker, but the person didn't wave or call out. They just stood in the middle of the road, motionless, heads slightly tilted. He slammed on the brakes, the truck sliding to a halt inches from the figure. Heart hammering, Mark rolled down the window. "Hey, you okay?" he shouted. No answer. The figure didn't move. It was a man, maybe in his 30s, wearing a heavy coat and a wool hat pulled low over his face. Mark noticed the strange thing first. The snow around the man's feet was undisturbed. Not a single print led to or from where he stood. Mark hesitated. He wanted to help, but a knot of dread had already formed in his stomach. The man lifted a gloved hand and pointed down the road toward the pass. His other hand rested at his side, unmoving. Mark frowned. "Down there? In this storm?" The man nodded once, slowly, then blinked, and when he did, Mark could see his eyes. They were pale, almost white, with no visible iris. A chill ran through Mark that had nothing to do with the cold. Who are you?" Mark asked, trying to mask the tremor in his voice. The man didn't speak. Instead, he turned slowly, gliding backward off the road into the trees. Mark squinted, trying to follow him, but the figure vanished into the storm. Every instinct screamed at him to drive away, but curiosity and a strange sense of obligation made him start the truck again. The man's gesture had been deliberate. He had wanted Mark to go somewhere. The road twisted downward into a small valley Mark didn't usually travel. Snow had drifted into deep banks here, and the few cabins scattered in the area were barely visible through the storm. He drove cautiously, every sense on high alert. Then, up ahead, he saw something that made him slam on the brakes. A small cabin, completely dark except for a faint amber glow inside. Smoke rose from the chimney, but the storm had been too fierce earlier for any sign of life. Mark parked the truck and approached, boots crunching in the snow. The door was slightly ajar, and the glow flickered like a candle struggling against the wind. He called out, but there was no answer. The cabin smelled faintly of burning pine and something else, something acrid, almost metallic. He stepped inside. The interior was modest, almost cozy. A small fireplace with embers glowing faintly, a wooden table with a half-empty bottle of whiskey, and a chair turned toward the fire. But something felt off. The air was too still, too heavy. Shadows clung to the corners of the room like living things. Then he saw it. A man was sitting in the chair, head tilted the same way he had seen outside, eyes pale and unblinking. But this wasn't the same man. This one's mouth was open in a frozen scream, as if he had died mid-yell. Mark stumbled back, tripping over a chair, and the chair spun slightly, as if pushed by invisible hands. A whisper filled the room, soft but insistent. "You shouldn't be here." Mark froze. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. His flashlight, which he hadn't realized he was holding, flickered and went out. Panic surged through him. He backed toward the door, but it seemed farther away than before, the cabin stretching impossibly. The amber glow moved across the walls as though alive, elongating the shadows, turning them into grotesque shapes. Something touched his shoulder. Cold. Hard. He spun around, expecting to see the pale man, but there was nothing. Just the feeling of a presence, pressing down on him, suffocating. The whisper came again, closer this time, inside his mind. "You can't leave." Mark bolted through the door into the snow. The storm had stopped, unnaturally. The snow-covered forest was silent, the kind of silence that presses against your ears and makes every breath feel loud. The cabin was gone. No smoke, no glow, no structure. Just the snow-covered forest and the feeling that something was following him, watching. He ran blindly down the pass, boots slipping on ice, heart hammering. Then he saw movement. Figures, pale and thin, gliding between the trees. Their eyes glowed faintly white in the moonlight. He recognized them instantly, the same pale-eyed man, now accompanied by others, dozens of them, all silent, all moving toward him. Mark ran faster, tripping over roots and rocks, the snow deep enough to slow him down. He could hear whispers now, indistinguishable words, but the tone was clear. A chorus of voices insisting, pleading, threatening. Stay, stay, stay. Hours, or maybe minutes later, he stumbled onto a main road, frozen and half buried in snow. Headlights appeared and a car slowed to a stop. The driver, an elderly man, stared at Mark in disbelief. "Jesus Christ, you look frozen to death. Are you okay?" Mark collapsed into the passenger seat, shaking uncontrollably. He tried to explain what he had seen, but the words wouldn't come out right. The old man just nodded slowly, driving him to the nearest town. Mark never returned to the forest or that valley. He moved hundreds of miles away, took a new job, changed his routine, but the nightmares didn't stop. Every winter, when snow begins to fall, he dreams of pale eyes in the storm, whispers curling around him, guiding him towards some hidden cabin in the woods. And sometimes late at night, when the wind rattles his windows, he swears he can hear the faint, insistent voice, "You can't leave." Years later, he saw a news report about Elk River. A snowstorm had trapped a man in the forest near the old pass. Searchers found his truck abandoned, doors open, and footprints leading into the woods, but they stopped abruptly as if the snow had swallowed them. They never found him. Mark knew without a doubt that the forest hadn't released him. That pale-eyed figure, the cabin, the whispers, they were still there, waiting for the next person foolish enough to follow them into the storm. And sometimes when the wind blows just right, he imagines the voice calling his name, pulling him back, reminding him that the forest doesn't let go of those it chooses. Story the end. The first snow had come early that year, blanketing the small town of Ashford, Vermont, in a thick, suffocating layer of white. The kind of snow that makes every sound muffled, every movement slow, and every shadow seem deeper than it should be. People were used to winters here. They had to be. But this one felt different. The cold had a weight, and the darkness seemed to cling to the streets longer than usual. It was on the night of December 14th that the Walden family first noticed something wrong. Matthew Walden, a middle-aged accountant, had just gotten home from work, and his wife, Lila, was preparing dinner in the small kitchen of their clapboard house. Their children, Ellie and Sam, were upstairs finishing homework. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows and making the old house groan. Matthew shook off his coat and hung it on the rack, noticing that the hallway light flickered unusually. "Must be the storm," Lila said without looking up. But even as she spoke, a strange draft swept through the kitchen, carrying a chill that didn't belong to the winter air, the kind of cold that felt alive. Matthew frowned. As the night progressed, strange things became harder to ignore. The children claimed they heard whispering coming from the attic, a soft slithering sound that didn't match the wind. When Matthew went upstairs to check, he found the hallway empty, the attic door slightly ajar, though he was certain he had locked it that afternoon. He shut it firmly, dismissing it as his imagination, or perhaps the wind. By midnight, the snowstorm had worsened, cutting off the town almost entirely. Ashford's roads were impassable, and power flickered across neighborhoods like a dying heartbeat. The Walden house, old and isolated at the edge of town, seemed more alone than usual. That's when the first knocking started, soft, deliberate, coming from the back door. Matthew approached cautiously. "Who is it?" he called, voice steady despite the cold creeping up his spine. Silence answered him, only the knocking continued, rhythmically, impossibly slow. When he opened the door, no one was there, just snow drifting into the darkened yard, the footprints outside curiously absent. The family tried to convince themselves it was a prank, or maybe the storm playing tricks with their nerves. But the following night brought worse. The knocking returned, this time louder, more insistent. And as the storm raged outside, Ellie whispered that she had seen something standing at her bedroom window. A figure tall, thin, and blacker than the night, staring at her without moving. Sam said he saw it too, a shadow leaning against the wall across the street, though he couldn't describe its features. By the third night, Matthew couldn't deny it. The house was no longer quiet. Every room seemed to carry a low, unexplainable hum, a vibration in the air that made the hairs on his arms stand up. Doors creaked open on their own, and the lights flickered even during the daytime. Lila swore she had seen something in the kitchen mirror, a shape that moved behind her when no one else was there. Then came the voice. It started as a whisper from the vent in the hallway, soft enough to make Matthew think he was dreaming. "Leave, now," it hissed. The family froze, unsure if it was in their heads. But as the night dragged on, the whispering grew into murmurs, then into clear, guttural sentences. They came from every corner, every room, even from the snow outside pressing against the windows. The Walden family tried to leave. Matthew grabbed his keys and pushed open the front door, only to find the snow outside unnaturally deep, ankle deep where it should have been only a few inches. He stepped out and the cold hit like knives, sharper than anything he had ever felt. The sky seemed darker than it should have been at midnight, and the wind carried voices, indistinct but pleading, whispering from the forest surrounding the house. They were calling, taunting, laughing. Lila screamed when she saw footprints in the snow, dozens of them, circling the house. They weren't human. They were long, uneven, and dragged as if the creature that made them walked without lifting its feet. And yet, when Matthew and Lila followed them, the prints vanished into the drifted snow as if swallowed by the storm itself. The night stretched on, unbearable. The temperature inside the house plunged despite the furnace roaring. Pipes froze and cracked, sending icy water down the walls. The shadows seemed to pulse, stretching across floors and ceilings in ways that made no sense. Ellie hid under her bed, clutching Sam, whispering that it was watching them. And it was. Something in the house, something ancient and hungry, was moving in ways that defied logic, pressing against the thin line between warmth and death. At dawn, the storm finally eased, leaving the town covered in a seamless blanket of snow. Rescue crews would later describe the scene as quiet, almost peaceful. But inside the Walden home, there was only terror. Matthew had barricaded the children in the living room, and Lila was beside herself with fear. That's when they saw it, truly, without doubt. A shadow moved across the ceiling, stretching down the walls, taller than any man, longer than any tree. It had no face, no features, only a mass of darkness that seemed to absorb the light around it. And from it came a voice, not whispering, not murmuring, but a clear, bone-chilling growl that spoke directly to Matthew. "You are mine now." The family fled to the basement, the only place in the house that felt safe. There, surrounded by concrete and the remnants of old furniture, they could hear the creature moving above them, scratching, moaning, and shifting with a presence that seemed to twist the air itself. For hours they huddled together, too terrified to speak, listening to the walls creak under the weight of something that didn't belong in the human world. When help finally arrived, a neighbor braving the thawed roads, they found the house empty, eerily pristine, as if no one had been there for days. There were no signs of struggle, no footprints except the ones left by rescuers, and no evidence that the Walden family had ever fled into the snow. The children's toys lay where they had been, the kitchen table set for dinner, the doors locked from the inside. But the family was gone. Searches turned up nothing. The Walden family had vanished without a trace. Weeks later, locals reported seeing dark figures in the snow near the house, shadows moving against the wind, whispering unintelligible words. Some claimed to hear children laughing faintly, echoing through the empty streets at night. By the next winter, the house had been abandoned entirely. Snowdrifts piled against its walls, and those brave enough to approach said they could feel an unnatural cold seeping from it, a presence that made their bones ache. Strange footprints continued to appear in the snow around the house, always disappearing before anyone could follow them. And at night, those living nearby could sometimes hear the faintest whisper on the wind, "Leave, or join us." No one in Ashford ever returned to the Walden house. It sat there, decaying under snow and frost, a silent monument to something dark and patient. People in town whispered that the winter storms were different there, that the cold carried voices and the shadows had weight. Children avoided the streets near it, and even adults felt an inexplicable dread if they walked too close. Years later, hikers reported seeing a family walking in the snow, hand in hand, their faces pale, their eyes hollow, moving silently through the forest as if unaware of the world around them. They looked exactly like the Walden family. Those who tried to approach said the family vanished into the storm without a sound, leaving only the echo of a voice carried on the wind. "You are mine now." And every winter, the snow comes early in Ashford. Every winter, the house waits. And every winter, those who live nearby whisper among themselves, warning one another never to go near the place when the storm is at its peak, because something in the cold is always hungry, and it has learned to wait. Story the end. It was the kind of December in northern Maine where the wind cut through layers of clothing like a knife and the snow hung heavy on tree branches, bending them low as if the forest itself was trying to hide from the cold. Jason Matthews had grown up in the outskirts of Bangor, but even he had never seen a winter like this one. He had moved back to his childhood home to take care of his ailing father, a small, weathered cabin perched near the edge of the woods, far from the road. Isolation had always been part of the appeal. The quiet, the cold, the ability to think without the distractions of the city. But as the storm rolled in that first week of December, isolation became a weight, pressing against him in the dark. On his first night back, the wind howled outside like some unearthly animal. Jason sat in the living room, the only light coming from a small oil lamp in the fireplace. His father slept upstairs, snoring softly, a comforting sound he had missed. The first sign that something wasn't right came as a faint tapping at the window. He froze, staring at the frosted glass. It was probably a branch, he told himself, but the tapping continued, irregular, deliberate, almost like a knuckle rapping in Morse code. When he finally forced himself to look outside, nothing was there but the swirl of snow, the shadows of skeletal trees, and a darkness so thick it felt almost solid. The next morning, the snow had piled higher, and the world outside the cabin looked like a scene from another century. Jason bundled up and stepped out to clear the driveway. As he shoveled, he noticed something strange in the snow, near the edge of the woods. Footprints. Not animal prints. These were human, bare feet, leading from the tree line toward the cabin, then disappearing as if the person had melted into the snow. His heart rate spiked. There were no tracks leading back into the forest. No other marks, no signs anyone had been around except those brief frozen impressions. He shook his head. Must be some prank, some local kids messing around. But the footprints were too fresh, too defined, and no one else lived near enough to play such a joke. That night, the wind was worse. It rattled the cabin like a living thing, scraping against the walls, moaning through the cracks. Jason sat in front of the fire, a shotgun resting on his lap. Around midnight, the tapping returned, louder this time, coming not from the window but the front door. He crept closer, trying to see through the frost-covered glass. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, just as he reached for the door, he saw it. A figure, hunched and thin, pressed against the wood, pale face obscured by long, wet hair, eyes that glowed faintly in the lamplight. It vanished when he blinked. His hands trembled, and he slammed the door, bolting it, though deep down he knew the locks would hardly matter. He didn't sleep that night. Every groan of the cabin, every howl of wind outside sounded like footsteps moving closer, circling, waiting. By morning, he was exhausted but found a new set of footprints in the snow. This time, they didn't stop at the cabin. They led around the back, toward the woods, then disappeared. He grabbed his coat and flashlight, determined to follow them, to confront whatever had made them. The forest was oppressive, snow thick underfoot. Jason followed the tracks until he reached a small clearing he remembered from childhood, a place where he and his friends had built a treehouse. But the clearing looked wrong, like the trees themselves had shifted. The footprints ended at a frozen pond, its surface glassy and black under the snow. Then he saw it, something moving beneath the ice, twisting, sliding just under the surface. For a moment he thought it was a shadow, a trick of the light. But the shape was distinctly human. The ice cracked softly in one corner, and a hand shot up, thin, pale, claw-like, smearing frost along the surface. Jason stumbled back, heart hammering. Whatever it was, it didn't belong here or in any sane world. He ran back to the cabin, slamming the door, barricading it with chairs and whatever he could find. He called the local sheriff, but with the storm, no one could make it out there for hours. He was alone. And then the knocking started, everywhere. Windows, doors, even the walls. At first, it was intermittent, but by nightfall, it was relentless. Jason tried to keep calm, remembering what his father used to say, "Fear feeds them. Don't give them that." But the sound of tapping and scraping and soft whispering just outside was relentless. He tried to sleep again, curling up by the fire, but something scraped at the roof as if the attic itself had grown claws. And then a voice, soft and wet, like snow melting in a mouth, calling his name. Jason froze. It wasn't just a sound, it was personal, intimate, the kind of sound that makes your blood run cold. Jason. In the morning, he found the front door wide open. No footprints leading in, only the ones leading back to the forest, as though whatever had been inside had left voluntarily. But inside, the house was changed. Snow had seeped in through cracks that hadn't been there before, covering the floor in a thin white layer. And on the floor, a single word written in condensation on the wood. Go. Over the next few days, the storm worsened. Supplies ran low. The power flickered and died completely, leaving him in a silent, frozen world. Jason heard stories in the small-town radio broadcasts about travelers vanishing in the snow, bodies found months later frozen in impossible positions. He knew the cabin was isolated, but now he felt a creeping certainty that something was hunting him, not for food, but for fear. On the fifth night, he woke to the sound of scratching inside the walls, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin like a predator pacing a cage. He grabbed his flashlight and started tearing into the drywall in one corner. Behind it, he found nothing but an old, decaying hollow. And yet the scratching continued, closer now, coming from under the floorboards. Jason realized with horror that whatever it was, it could get in anywhere. The breaking point came when he saw the shadows. One evening, the faint glow of the fire caught the outline of a figure in the corner of the room. It was thin, unnaturally tall, face obscured by shadow, standing perfectly still, staring. Jason froze, unable to breathe. When he finally managed to speak, the voice that answered him was not human. It hissed his name, guttural, wet, and cold. He decided he couldn't stay. He packed what he could, intending to leave in the middle of the night when the storm seemed to lull. As he stepped out, the snow reflected an unnatural light. The forest was alive, moving, branches twisting as if they had limbs. And then he saw dozens of footprints, bare, human, circling him in the snow, some fresh, some older, all leading toward him from the trees. Panic consumed him. He ran without looking back, slipping, falling into deep drifts, the cold searing his skin. Hours later, he stumbled into a clearing near the main road. Snow had stopped falling, but the cold was still biting. His truck was buried under several feet of snow. As he dug, he realized something terrifying. The footprints that had surrounded him didn't stop at the edge of the woods. They continued in the snow behind him, in a perfect circle, as if the forest itself had watched him leave and then followed. Jason drove away, leaving the cabin, leaving his father's house, leaving everything. He told the sheriff what happened, but they found nothing, no footprints in the deep snow, no signs of anything unnatural, only the normal tracks of winter storms and the occasional deer. Even months later, back in Portland, Jason couldn't escape the feeling. Snowstorms made him anxious. The wind outside felt like it carried whispers, and he would catch glimpses of pale shapes in the corner of his vision. When he slept, he dreamed of the footprints, the hollow pond, the eyes in the dark, and the voice calling his name, soft, wet, insistent. And sometimes, late at night, he could swear he heard scratching on the walls of his apartment, circling, waiting. Jason never returned to the cabin. Friends and family begged him to sell it, to abandon the place entirely. But he couldn't. Something about the cabin had rooted itself in his memory, in his fear. And deep down, he knew the forest had not let him go. Not really. Years later, locals would whisper about the Matthews cabin in northern Maine, the one swallowed by snow and silence, and how travelers sometimes vanish in the area during winter storms. They spoke of strange footprints that appeared and disappeared, and of the wind that sometimes sounded like a voice calling your name. People said it was just the cold playing tricks on your mind, that isolation and snow and frost could make you see anything. Jason knew better. He had seen it, heard it, felt it. Even now, when the first snow begins to fall, he checks the shadows, listens for tapping, and wonders if the forest remembers him, if it waits patiently for him to return. Story the end. The wind howled through the dense pines of Vermont's northern woods, carrying with it a biting chill that seemed to seep into the bones of anyone who dared wander too far from civilization. The roads were blanketed in snow, so thick that tire tracks from previous travelers had already begun to disappear beneath fresh layers of white, leaving behind nothing but an endless, frozen wasteland. It was late December, the kind of cold that made breathing feel like inhaling shards of ice, and the small town of Northfield felt utterly cut off from the rest of the world. Jared Collins, a wildlife photographer from Boston, had driven up to Northfield seeking solitude and a chance to capture untouched winter landscapes. He had rented a small cabin on the outskirts of the forest, a place the locals referred to with a wary respect, as though the trees themselves were guardians of a secret better left undisturbed. The cabin was isolated, miles from the nearest neighbor, with only a frozen stream and the skeletal remains of winter-bent trees surrounding it. The previous owner had left a woodpile stacked neatly by the side of the porch, and a hand-drawn map of hiking trails scribbled on the inside of a drawer. The first night passed with the usual creaks and groans of an old cattling under snow. Jared made a fire in the stone hearth, sipped coffee from a thermos, and reviewed his camera shots from the day. He noticed strange, elongated shadows between the trees in his photos, figures that hadn't been there when he looked through the lens. He dismissed it as a trick of the light or a reflection from the snow, a natural distortion from the low winter sun. By the second night, the wind had grown fiercer. Snow slammed against the windows in jagged sheets, and the small cabin seemed to shrink under the weight of the storm. Jared had been wandering the forest that afternoon, trying to capture the frost-laden branches, when he noticed a series of footprints in the fresh snow. They weren't human, too large, too wide, but oddly symmetrical, like something with an animal's weight but a man's stride. He had assumed it was a deer or a bear, and followed the tracks for a short distance, but they vanished abruptly near the base of a cliff. The sight gave him a chill, but he chalked it up to imagination and trudged back to the cabin. That night, the unease became harder to ignore. From somewhere beyond the cabin, a low, guttural sound echoed through the trees like the growl of a large predator. Jared's instincts screamed to stay inside, yet curiosity, or perhaps a foolish sense of bravado, drew him to the window. He peered into the darkness, flashlight in hand, and saw a figure standing at the tree line. It was tall, unnaturally so, hunched and motionless, with long limbs that seemed to stretch unnaturally into the night. Its eyes reflected a pale greenish light, glimmering briefly before vanishing behind the trunks. Heart hammering, Jared ducked back and slammed the shutters. Sleep was fitful, haunted by dreams of branches reaching out like skeletal fingers and the sound of that same growl echoing endlessly. When morning came, Jared resolved to leave, but the snow had piled high overnight, burying his car tires and making the road impassable. Trapped, he set about clearing a path, cursing under his breath as icy flakes fell into his eyes. That's when he saw it again, the footprints, circling the cabin now, pressed deep into the snow, showing no hesitation, no deviation. They moved in a perfect, deliberate pattern, and Jared realized with a sinking heart that they hadn't been there when he checked the night before. The next 2 days were a torment of isolation and fear. Jared tried to occupy himself with photography, venturing only as far as the cabin's immediate surroundings. Yet he could feel eyes on him at every step. At night, he started hearing whispers through the walls. Not words, not anything coherent, just murmurs that seemed to slip into his mind, echoing thoughts he hadn't voiced aloud. He began to doubt his own sanity, pacing the cabin, checking locks and windows repeatedly. On the third night, the growling returned, louder this time, and it wasn't coming from the trees. It was under the cabin. Jared froze, listening as scraping noises echoed beneath the floorboards. He tried to convince himself it was a trapped animal, maybe a raccoon or a fox, but the sound was too deliberate, too intelligent. Then came a new noise, a low, deliberate tapping from the ceiling, like fingernails rapping against wood. Fear clamped down on him like ice. He grabbed his flashlight, shining it toward the attic hatch. The beam caught something. A shadow flitting across the attic floor, impossibly quick, then gone. Jared stayed awake the rest of the night, huddled in the corner with his camera. At dawn, a blizzard had returned, visibility reduced to a few feet. He knew he couldn't wait for the snow to melt. He had to find another way out. Bundling up, he decided to make for the old logging trail noted on the cabin map. The footprints followed him, twisting around trees and vanishing in the snow, but he pressed on, heart hammering with every step. Hours into the trek, Jared stumbled upon a clearing where the trees opened into a frozen pond. And there, standing on the ice, was the creature. It was taller than a man, skeletal yet muscular, with pale, mottled skin stretched tight over its frame. Its head was oddly shaped, elongated at the back, and its eyes glowed faintly in the gray light. It tilted its head, studying him, and Jared could see that its teeth were sharp, uneven, and glinting faintly as it exhaled visible breath. Jared ran. He sprinted through the forest, snow slipping beneath his boots, branches clawing at his face, the creature gliding silently behind him, faster than any human should move. Every time he glanced back, it was closer, its green eyes locked on him like a predator marking prey. He tripped over a fallen log and fell hard, snow filling his mouth and lungs, but when he looked up, the creature paused. It cocked its head again, almost with curiosity, before stepping aside, vanishing into the white blur of the storm. Shivering, battered, and half frozen, Jared made it back to the cabin. He barricaded himself inside, burning every scrap of wood in the fireplace, hoping the heat or the light would keep whatever it was at bay. For hours, he listened, the storm outside relentless. By morning, the snow had ceased, leaving the forest unnervingly silent. Jared emerged cautiously, scanning the landscape. There were no footprints, nothing. It was as if the creature had never existed. Desperate, he decided to hike back to the main road, hoping for a passing car or a chance to reach a town. He followed the logging trail until he reached an old ranger station, abandoned but intact. Inside, he found a dusty journal left on a counter. Flipping through the pages, he discovered accounts from hunters and hikers spanning decades, all describing the same thing: a towering, pale humanoid, seen only in deep winter, stalking isolated travelers. The notes spoke of its cunning, of how it could mimic voices, and even of those who had vanished entirely into the snow, never to be found. Jared's stomach turned cold as he read the final entry, dated just last year. It waits until the storm isolates you. It watches. It moves silently with a patience no man can match. Some who encounter it speak of whispers in the wind, voices calling their name. None have returned to tell the tale. Shaken to his core, Jared left the ranger station and hiked toward the main highway. By late afternoon, he spotted headlights cutting through the forest fog. He waved frantically, collapsing to his knees when the car pulled over. The driver, a local man, listened as Jared rattled off his story, brushing it off as hypothermia-induced hallucinations. But when the man peered into the trees, his face went pale. "I know what you saw," he said quietly. "I've seen it too, years ago. Northfield has always had its winters, and always had that." Jared never returned to Vermont. Back in Boston, he scrolled through his photos, hoping to find evidence to justify his terror. Most images were mundane, snow-covered branches and frozen streams. But one shot taken from the clearing by the pond froze him in place. In the background, partially obscured by falling snow, the creature's pale figure was unmistakable, its eyes fixed directly on the camera, as if aware that it had been captured. Weeks later, when news came of hikers missing in the northern forests, Jared's stomach sank. He didn't call the authorities. He didn't want to be questioned, explained, or doubted. He had survived, barely, and he knew some things were better left unseen. The winter had passed, but the memory of that frozen, watching figure haunted him every time he heard the rattle against his apartment windows, every time the first snow of the season fell. He knew it was still out there, waiting, patient and silent, biding its time until the next traveler wandered too far into the cold. Even now he dreams of those long limbs stretching through the trees, of the low growl echoing across the frozen landscape, and of eyes that see everything. Story the end. The wind had been relentless all day, howling through the skeletal trees that lined the narrow road into Maple Hollow, Vermont. The winter storm had started in the late afternoon, and by nightfall, the snow had piled up to chest height in places, trapping cars and homes alike in a suffocating white blanket. Jacob Turner had been driving home from his late shift at the hardware store, struggling to keep his small pickup truck on the slippery road. Visibility was nearly zero, and the glow of his headlights barely illuminated the snow in front of him. He hadn't expected to see anyone else on this stretch of road. Maple Hollow had always been isolated. But then, out of the whiteness, a figure appeared, waving frantically at him. Jacob slammed on his brakes, his tires skidding and throwing snow in all directions. The figure, a woman, or at least he thought it was a woman, stood shivering at the edge of the road, her long hair plastered to her face, dressed in layers that looked soaked through. He hesitated, a shiver running down his spine that had nothing to do with the cold. There was something off about her, something unnatural, but human instinct overrode caution. He put the truck in park, stepped out, and offered her a hand. "Are you okay? Do you need a ride?" he shouted over the wind. The figure froze, then slowly turned toward him. Her eyes were wide, pale in the dim light, and her lips moved as if she were speaking, but no sound came out. Jacob frowned. "Hey, I can take you somewhere warm." She nodded once, almost imperceptibly, and climbed into the passenger seat without a word. Her clothes smelled faintly of wet pine and decay, and Jacob felt a pang of unease. He started the truck and carefully eased back onto the road, the heater struggling to keep the windshield clear of frost. "Where do you live?" he asked. Again, only a nod. Jacob felt a lump in his throat. The woman didn't speak, and the storm was making it impossible to see any signs of habitation. He decided to take the next turn toward the main road, hoping to find a house or a gas station. As they drove, the storm seemed to thicken, the snowflakes larger and more jagged, hammering the truck like tiny ice daggers. The woman stayed silent, staring straight ahead with an intensity that made Jacob's hands tighten on the wheel. After what felt like hours, though it could only have been 15 minutes, the truck began to slide on a patch of ice. Jacob fought to regain control, his knuckles white. The truck skidded into a ditch, and the cold metal groaned under the weight of the snow. Heart racing, Jacob pushed open the door to check for damage. The woman was gone. He spun around, his breath visible in the freezing air. "Hey, where'd you go?" There was no answer, only the relentless wind. He stumbled around the ditch, calling her name, the snow crunching beneath his boots. Then he saw it, footprints leading away from the truck, disappearing into the forest, though the snow was already beginning to cover them. Jacob's first instinct was to run back to the truck and wait for help, but curiosity, or maybe fear, drove him to follow the trail. The footprints led deeper into the woods, and the storm seemed to grow heavier with every step. Branches snapped under his weight, and the shadows between the trees lengthened, as though the forest itself were closing in on him. Then he saw something that made him stumble back, almost falling. The footprints stopped abruptly at a small clearing where a dilapidated cabin stood, half buried in snow. Its windows were dark, and the door hung crooked on its hinges. A faint light flickered inside, like a dying candle. Jacob's rational mind screamed at him to turn back, but he felt compelled, drawn toward that cabin by a force he couldn't name. He pushed the door open, the rusty hinges groaning in protest. Inside, the cabin smelled of rot and smoke, of old wood and something far fouler he couldn't place. The flickering light came from a small fire in the stone fireplace, but there was no one there. Then he saw her, sitting on the floor, back against the wall, knees drawn up, head tilted to one side. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. She turned toward him slowly. Her eyes, they weren't normal. They were completely black, with a sheen like wet oil. Jacob froze, a chill crawling up his spine that had nothing to do with the winter outside. Before he could react, she whispered, though the words seemed to crawl into his mind rather than his ears. "You shouldn't have come." Jacob stumbled backward, heart hammering. The fire in the fireplace flared suddenly, casting long, grotesque shadows on the walls. The cabin seemed to stretch impossibly, the ceiling rising, the corners darkening. He tried to run, but the door was gone, just a solid wall of aged wood where he had entered. The whisper came again, closer this time. "You can't leave." He turned in a panic, and the floor beneath him shifted. He fell, plunging into darkness, cold biting at his skin. It was as if he had fallen through the cabin itself, into some cavern beneath the snow where the air smelled of iron and decay. The whispers multiplied, filling his head with a cacophony of voices, all murmuring warnings, threats, laughter. Hours or maybe minutes later, Jacob woke in the snow outside the cabin, the storm having passed into a gray, blinding morning. The truck was gone, and the tracks leading from the cabin had vanished. His body ached, and frostbite had set into his fingers and toes, but he was alive. He stumbled to the main road, where a plow finally found him and took him into town. The locals listened to his story with polite concern, but he could see the skepticism in their eyes. Maple Hollow had its share of strange legends, they said. Cabin ghosts, lost travelers, winter spirits, but nothing confirmed, nothing tangible. Jacob tried to forget what had happened, but the memory haunted him. The black eyes, the whispers, the feeling that the forest itself had tried to swallow him. Winter after winter, he avoided that road, but the memory lingered, sharper each year. He would drive past the woods, eyes scanning for movement in the tree line, heart hammering at the thought of black eyes watching him, waiting. And every time the wind howled through the trees, he thought he heard her whisper again, "You can't leave." Years later, when Jacob returned to Maple Hollow to visit family, he drove past that stretch of road at dusk. The storm was building, snow swirling violently. He saw a figure at the roadside, a woman waving frantically, hair plastered to her face. His first instinct was to keep driving, but something deep inside him, a mix of dread and morbid curiosity, made him stop. The figure climbed into the passenger seat, silent as before, and as Jacob drove, frozen in terror and disbelief, she turned her head to him. Those black eyes met his, and a cold, unnatural smile crept across her lips. The storm closed in, and the world outside became a blur of white and wind. Jacob's heart pounded, but he could not look away. The whispers returned, faint at first, then louder, filling the truck, the forest, his mind. "You can't leave, you can't leave." Hours later, the truck was found abandoned on the icy road, engine running, doors unlocked. No one saw Jacob again. The footprints in the snow led into the forest, stopping abruptly at the edge of a clearing where the dilapidated cabin had once stood. It was gone, as if it had never existed, this swallowed entirely by the winter. The townspeople searched, but the snowstorm had erased any trace. To this day, travelers in Maple Hollow tell stories of a woman in black eyes who appears on snowy roads, especially during storms. Some say she's a spirit of the forest, a warning to the living. Others whisper that she feeds on those who stop to help, trapping them in some otherworldly cabin beneath the snow. Jacob Turner became a cautionary tale, a reminder that in the deepest winter, the line between the living and the lost can vanish in a heartbeat. And every winter, when the wind howls through the skeletal trees, the locals swear they can hear the faint whispering, "You can't leave. You can't leave." Story the end. The wind had been picking up all afternoon, rattling the edges of the old farmhouse like it had some grudge against the wood itself. Snow began falling in thick, wet clumps that stuck to the bare branches of the surrounding forest. Jacob pulled his coat tighter around him, trudging through the knee-deep drifts toward the barn. He'd lived in Vermont his whole life, and he knew the winter here was brutal. But something about this storm felt different, sharper, like it had teeth. The farmhouse had been in his family for generations, a relic of simpler times, with peeling paint and a sagging porch. His parents were gone, and he'd been managing the property alone since last spring. That was part of why he didn't mind the isolation. He liked the quiet, or at least he thought he did. That quiet had started to feel oppressive over the past few days, as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting. Jacob reached the barn and fumbled with the lock, cursing under his breath when the cold made his fingers stiff. Inside, the dim light from the single hanging bulb barely illuminated the piles of hay and old farming equipment. He was checking on the generator, making sure it was ready for the storm. A power outage in this kind of weather could be deadly. The wind outside howled like some creature trapped in the trees, and he shivered despite his layers. That night, the wind grew worse, and the snow fell faster. The storm closed in, turning the world outside into a white blur. Jacob tried to focus on chores, but he kept hearing faint sounds over the wind, scratches, taps, like someone was moving around the house when he was sure he was alone. He chalked it up to the storm, old pipes, or maybe exhaustion. He told himself he just needed sleep. Around midnight, he woke to the sound of something dragging across the porch. His heart raced. He grabbed the flashlight and tiptoed to the door, careful not to wake the dog. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating a path in the snow leading up to the porch. But no footprints. The snow was untouched, completely smooth. Jacob froze, the hairs on his neck standing up. He shook his head. Maybe it was an animal. He tried to laugh it off, but the sound came out hollow in the storm. He returned to bed, but sleep was elusive. The wind kept up its constant wail, and somewhere in the distance, a faint banging echoed. Not just the wind, something deliberate. He got up again, heart hammering, and went to the window. At first he thought it was a tree branch against the siding, but then he noticed the shadows. One shape lingered at the edge of the tree line, just barely visible through the storm. It didn't move like an animal. It was standing, watching. Jacob backed away from the window, convincing himself it was a trick of the light. But then he heard a knock at the door. One firm, slow knock, like someone was testing him. He lived miles from the nearest neighbor, and no one should be out there in this storm. His pulse jumped. He debated calling the police, but he was in the middle of nowhere, and the phone line was often unreliable in these storms. He stayed silent, listening. Nothing. Just the wind. The next morning, the storm had eased slightly, leaving a thick blanket of snow over everything. Jacob stepped outside to check the damage. The footprints from the night before were there, but they weren't human. They were long, thin, almost claw-like, and they stopped abruptly at the edge of the woods. His stomach turned. He took a photo with his phone, intending to research it later, but even then he felt a prickling sense of dread. He went about the day trying to ignore the unease, but the feeling followed him everywhere. Tools disappeared and reappeared in odd places, objects moved when he wasn't looking, and the dog growled at shadows that didn't exist. By evening, he was on edge. He kept the fire going in the stove and the doors locked, trying to convince himself it was just the storm and isolation messing with his mind. That night, it happened again. This time, the sound came from the attic. Heavy thuds like footsteps moving slowly above him. He grabbed the flashlight and climbed the stairs, every creak of the wood making him jump. The attic was small, filled with boxes of old clothes and furniture covered in sheets. He swept the light across the room. Nothing. Just dust motes dancing in the beam. He laughed nervously at himself and started to go back down, but a sound froze him, whispering, barely audible, almost blending with the wind. Jacob? He spun around, shining the flashlight into every corner. Nothing. His heart pounded so hard he could hear it in his ears. He knew no one else was supposed to be in the house. He bolted downstairs, slammed the door, and locked it, sitting on the floor with the dog pressed against him. The whispering continued, soft and insistent, repeating his name over and over until he couldn't take it anymore. He covered his head with a blanket and tried to sleep. Morning came reluctantly. The storm had passed, leaving the world eerily silent, coated in pristine white snow. Jacob tried to rationalize everything, the shadows, the whispers, the footprints. Maybe it was cabin fever, maybe stress, maybe even frostbite starting to affect him. He needed to leave, to get into town and clear his head. He bundled up, grabbed the snow shovel, and headed for the driveway. That's when he saw it. The tracks. They were everywhere, surrounding the house, moving in patterns that made no sense and all leading back into the forest. Fear tightened around his chest like ice. He knew he wasn't imagining it. Something had been in the house. Something that didn't belong. The footprints were long and thin, sometimes disappearing completely only to reappear right outside the door. Jacob's mind raced with every scary story he'd heard growing up, but none of them felt real, until now. He decided he had to check the barn, thinking maybe there was some animal that had gotten inside during the storm. The walk seemed endless, each step sinking into the deep snow. As he approached the barn, he froze. The door, which he had locked the night before, was wide open. The light inside flickered. Shadows danced across the walls, though no one was there. And then he heard it, a low, guttural growl coming from the corner where the hay bales were stacked. Jacob swallowed hard. The dog barked and lunged forward, but he held him back. His flashlight swept across the hay bales. 2 yellow eyes reflected the beam back at him. The growl turned into a hiss, and the thing moved. Not like an animal, not like anything he'd ever seen. It slinked low to the ground, limbs too long, fingers ending in something like talons. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, with a sheen like wet ice. And its face, it had his mother's face. Or what he thought his mother's face looked like, twisted and frozen in some unnatural expression. The creature let out a sound that was almost human, almost a plea, and then it darted toward the forest. Jacob froze, heart hammering, unable to move. He wanted to chase it, to run, but the snow and cold held him like a trap. He watched as it disappeared into the trees, leaving tracks in the snow that defied explanation. Too deep for a human, too precise for an animal, twisting in impossible angles. Jacob spent the rest of that day in a daze, barricading the house, checking every corner, every closet, every shadow. Night came again, bringing with it the whispers and scratching. He didn't sleep. He stayed awake until the first faint light of morning, and when he looked outside, the forest was empty and silent, as though nothing had ever happened. But he knew better. He could still feel the weight of those eyes on him, still hear the echoes of that hiss. Days passed. Neighbors in town noticed he hadn't been out and started asking questions. He told them he'd been sick, caught in the storm, but no one pressed too hard. He couldn't explain it anyway. Every time he tried to speak about what he'd seen, it felt unreal, like telling a dream. But the snow told the truth. Even after the storm melted, the marks in the ice and mud remained. They led from the forest to the edge of the property and ended abruptly in the yard, as though the thing had been testing him, watching him, reminding him it could come back. Winter continued, brutal and unrelenting. Jacob stayed in the house, rarely leaving except for supplies. Sometimes in the dead of night he'd hear whispers again, low and distant, calling his name. Sometimes the dog would growl at shadows that weren't there. He avoided the forest entirely, though he knew the tracks could appear anywhere. And in the back of his mind he understood the truth. He was never alone. Not really. Not in the house, not in the yard, not in the snow-filled silence. Months later, the footprints appeared again, this time near the porch, leading right to the front door. Jacob had reinforced every lock, every window, but he didn't dare open the door. He sat behind it, flashlight in hand, listening. The storm was coming again, and with it, the wind, the snow, and the whispers. He knew it would find him, and that winter would never truly let him go. Story the end. The wind had been howling for hours, rattling the old wooden shutters of the cabin like an angry spirit. Snow had been falling steadily since early morning, blanketing the mountains of northern Maine in a thick, unbroken white. The roads had become impassable long ago, and the tiny town of Black Hollow was cut off, its residents hunkered down against the storm. For Jack Miller, the isolation was exactly why he had come. The 40-year-old writer had been struggling with deadlines, desperate to finish his new novel, and the thought of uninterrupted solitude in a remote cabin had seemed perfect. Until now. Jack had arrived 2 days earlier when the storm was still mild, the roads just slippery with early snow. He had parked his old pickup near the cabin, unloaded his bags, and settled in with a pot of coffee and a stack of firewood. The cabin itself was small but sturdy, built by someone who clearly understood winter. It had a fireplace, a well-insulated loft, and a single window overlooking the forest. But even on the first night, when the wind rattled against the walls and the trees groaned like old men in pain, Jack had felt it, a sense that he wasn't completely alone. On the third night, the storm reached its peak. Jack had been sitting by the fire, notebook in hand, trying to work on his novel, when he first heard it, a soft, dragging noise outside. At first, he thought it was the wind catching something on the roof. Then he realized it was coming from the direction of the forest, a slow, deliberate sound like someone or something walking in heavy boots. He froze, listening. The snow outside was deep. Footprints would have been easy to see if someone had approached the cabin. He grabbed the flashlight from the shelf and stepped outside, the cold hitting him like a punch. The yard was empty. There were no footprints, no sign of anything or anyone, only the storm, roaring through the pines. Shivering, Jack returned inside, trying to rationalize what he had heard. Wolves sometimes traveled near the town, and the wind could play tricks on the ears. He convinced himself of that and settled back by the fire, but the feeling didn't leave him. Every shadow cast by the flickering flames seemed to stretch and move unnaturally, and every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. He kept the door locked, the windows latched, and told himself he was just imagining things. Around midnight, the temperature in the cabin seemed to drop sharply. Jack wrapped himself tighter in a blanket and tried to sleep, but the dragging noise returned. This time it was accompanied by something else, scratching at the walls, soft at first, then faster, more insistent. He sat up, heart pounding, trying to convince himself it was just a branch against the cabin siding. Then he heard the door handle jiggle. Slowly, deliberately. Someone or something was trying to get in. Jack grabbed the heavy iron poker from the fireplace and crept toward the door. The snowstorm outside was deafening, but he could hear the sound of breathing, ragged and uneven. His mind raced. Who could possibly be out there in this weather? No one traveled during a storm like this. Yet the door shook again, and a shadow passed across the frosted window. Jack slammed the door shut, pressing his shoulder against it, and retreated to the center of the room, trying to remain calm. But the fear had him in its grip. It was no longer a story he was telling himself. It was real. The night stretched on. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time lost all meaning. The dragging, scratching, and occasional low moan continued intermittently. At one point, Jack thought he saw a shape move outside, pale and thin, almost human, yet impossibly tall. He blinked, and it vanished. By morning, the storm had let up slightly, revealing a world buried in snow. The sun reflected off the frozen landscape, blinding in its brightness. Jack dared to step outside, hoping to get a sense of what had happened. The yard was empty. No footprints. No disturbance except the ones he had left in the snow on the porch. The dragging sound, the shadow. There was no explanation. He decided to leave, to head down the mountain back to Black Hollow. He bundled up, started the pickup, and carefully made his way onto the main road. The snow had drifted deep and visibility was poor. About a mile down, near a curve flanked by dense pines, he saw something strange in the middle of the road. At first, he thought it was a tree branch or debris. As he approached, he realized it was a person, or something resembling a person. Pale, hunched, standing completely still, facing him. Jack slammed on the brakes. The figure didn't move. Then, without warning, it was gone. No sound, no movement, just empty road. Jack's hands were trembling as he tried to keep the truck on the slippery road. He reached a small turnout and pulled over, heart racing. He needed to call someone, anyone, but the phone had no signal. Panic settled in. Something about that figure, the first night, the cabin, now this, was wrong. It wasn't human. Jack told himself he needed to stay calm, to rationalize, but he couldn't. The forest on either side of the road seemed alive, shadows flickering in ways that shouldn't have been possible. The trees themselves seemed to lean closer, as if watching, listening. Night fell again, and Jack knew he couldn't make it back to town before dark. He found a small rest area near the road and decided to wait until morning. He left the truck running for heat, wrapped in blankets, eyes fixed on the surrounding woods. Hours later, he woke to a strange silence. The snow had stopped falling, the wind had died down, the forest was unnervingly quiet. Jack stepped out, feeling the crunch of snow beneath his boots. That's when he saw them. Footprints. 100 of them, circling the truck in an irregular pattern, too large to be human, some elongated and distorted, all leading back into the forest. And in the middle of it all, deep impressions where something had knelt or crouched, staring at the truck all night. Jack ran back to the truck, heart racing, and tried the engine. It wouldn't start. Panic turned into terror as he realized the forest was alive with movement. Shadows flickered between the trees, pale and impossibly tall, some glimpsed in the corner of his eye, always retreating when he turned directly toward them. He grabbed his phone again, still no signal, and looked around, trying to figure out what to do. There was nowhere to run. The forest had become a trap, silent but menacing. At sunrise, rescue teams finally found the truck. Locals reported a man stranded in a blizzard. They found Jack inside, shivering, pale, eyes wide with fear, muttering incoherently about shadows and footprints, but there was no sign of what he claimed had been there. The rest of the forest showed no trace of tracks or disturbance. Experts said his mind had likely succumbed to isolation and the stress of the storm, a form of temporary psychosis. Jack was taken back to the town clinic, treated for hypothermia, and released a few days later. He returned home, but the memory never left. At night, he sometimes dreamed of the figures, tall and pale, watching from the edge of the woods, circling, waiting. Occasionally, he would see shape moving in the snow outside his house, impossible to identify, vanishing before he could get a good look. Friends told him he imagined it, that it was trauma, a lingering fear from the storm. But Jack knew better. The winter of Black Hollow had left something behind, something he couldn't explain. Something that was still out there, somewhere in the frozen forests, waiting for the next storm, and the next person foolish enough to be alone in it. Story, the end. The wind blew like a living thing that night, sharp and unrelenting, rattling the old windows of the cabin deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. The storm had been brewing all afternoon, a thick curtain of gray clouds rolling over the snow-draped landscape. Trees groaned under the weight of ice and frost, and the distant howl of a wolf, or maybe just the wind, echoed through the forest. Jake Morrison had been driving for hours, trying to reach the cabin his family rented every winter. He'd taken this route countless times, but tonight, with the blizzard setting in, everything looked unfamiliar, the familiar landmarks hidden beneath layers of white. His truck's headlights barely penetrated the swirling snow, and the wipers squeaked in protest as they tried to clear the windshield. He had been alone on this stretch for nearly an hour when he saw a figure on the side of the road. At first, he thought it was a hitchhiker, someone foolish enough to be out in the storm. But as he slowed, he realized it was a man, standing perfectly still, facing the road, wearing a heavy coat and a hat that shadowed his face. There was something wrong about the way he stood, too rigid, too deliberate. Jake rolled down the window and called out, "Hey, you need a ride?" No response. The man didn't move. He didn't even seem to breathe. The headlights glinted off his coat, but when Jake blinked, the figure was gone. His heart rate spiked. He glanced at the rearview mirror, then tried to convince himself he'd imagined it, a trick of the snow and the headlights. A few miles later, the truck hit a patch of ice, sliding violently toward the ditch. Jake slammed on the brakes and managed to regain control, but when he looked in the side mirror, he saw footprints, huge, deep prints in the snow, leading toward the woods. They weren't normal human footprints. They were longer, wider, with claw-like impressions at the toes. He forced himself to laugh, to shake it off. Wolves. Maybe a bear. He didn't stop to check. The cabin was just a few miles ahead. By the time he arrived, the storm had intensified, snow piled up against the door, and the wind howled through the cracks in the old wood. He finally made it inside, shaking off the cold and staring out the window at the storm. Everything looked so peaceful from inside the warmth of the cabin, but Jake couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching him from the edge of the trees. The first night passed with little incident, though sleep came uneasily. The wind banged against the cabin like fists on wood, and every shadow cast by the flickering fireplace seemed alive. Around midnight, he thought he heard footsteps crunching in the snow outside. At first, he dismissed it as branches or a trapped animal, but the steps were deliberate, pacing, stopping, and starting. He grabbed his flashlight and peered out the window, but the storm had painted the world white. Nothing was visible. The next morning, he stepped outside to clear the snow from the porch and noticed something terrifying. Footprints circled the cabin. Not just walked past, but completely encircled the structure, coming within a foot of the walls. The prints were enormous, larger than any humans, with irregular claws pressed into the snow. Jake's stomach churned. He'd grown up hearing stories about winter spirits in these parts, the old legends told by hunters and snowmobilers. Entities that wandered storms, waiting for travelers foolish enough to be caught outside. He had laughed at those tales for years, but now, seeing those prints, he didn't laugh. Trying to rationalize, he decided it had to be some animal. Bears didn't walk like that, but wolves did, right? He didn't wait to figure it out. He spent the day inside, barricading doors and windows as best he could, trying to convince himself that the storm was the only danger. That night, the cabin's generator sputtered and died, leaving him in complete darkness. The wind had risen to a scream, and the snow pelted the walls like tiny stones, and then he heard it. A low, guttural growl coming from the edge of the clearing, just beyond the faint glow of the fireplace light. Jake froze. The sound wasn't like any wolf or bear he'd ever heard. It was intelligent, patient. It circled the cabin, stopping and starting, sniffing, scratching at the door. He grabbed a flashlight and aimed it toward the sound, but the beam cut through only snowflakes. Nothing moved. Hours passed like this. Every time the wind died down, he thought he saw a shadow at the tree line, fleeting, impossible to focus on. He tried calling for help, but the cell signal was gone. He was alone. On the third night, he heard the scratching at the door again, but this time it was accompanied by a voice. Not words, just a low whisper, almost carried by the wind. Don't leave. Jake bolted upright in bed, the hair on his arms standing. He turned on every light in the cabin, grabbed a kitchen knife, and edged to the window. There, pressed against the glass, was a figure. Not a man, not quite human. It wore tattered winter clothes, its face obscured in shadow, but its eyes, small, black, unblinking pits, stared straight at him. He stumbled backward, tripping over the rug. The figure vanished, leaving only the sound of snow crunching outside. Morning came, gray and cold, but the storm had stopped. The world outside was deceptively calm, pristine snow stretching for miles. Jake didn't wait for rescue. He drove immediately back toward town. The roads were still treacherous, but he didn't care. Every few minutes, he thought he saw movement in the trees, something tall, hunched, following him. Days later, he learned the truth. Other cabins in the area reported similar incidents. People hearing scratching, seeing figures in the storm, and then in the morning, noticing tracks in the snow that didn't match any animal. One family had disappeared entirely, leaving only their footprints frozen in place in a circle around their cabin. Another hunter was found dead, frozen, with no signs of struggle, just a wide circle of prints surrounding him like he'd been hunted. Jake tried to tell his friends, but no one believed him. The local authorities chalked it up to hypothermia, hallucinations, or animals. But Jake knew better. He had felt it. He had heard it. He had seen the black pits staring through the window. Every winter, the memory returns. Every time a storm begins, he feels the same unease creeping into his chest, the same knowledge that something waits for the foolish, the unprepared, those who think they can challenge the snow. The figure doesn't need to chase. It doesn't need to hurry. It is patient. And it always waits at the edge of the trees, just beyond the safety of the cabin. He never goes back to the cabin. The snow-covered forest is no longer a winter wonderland to him. It is a predator. It is patient. And it is always always watching. Even now, in the warmth of his home in the city, when a blizzard rages in Minnesota or the wind cuts through a quiet night, Jake feels the chill. He knows the winter watcher is still out there, moving silently through the snow, hunting the careless, circling, watching, and waiting for the next victim to step outside. Story the end. The snow had been falling since dawn, a relentless gray-white sheet covering the small town of Barrow, Alaska. The wind howled through the streets like a living thing, whipping drifts against the windows of the few scattered homes that clung stubbornly to the frozen tundra. Inside one of those homes, the Jenkins family sat huddled together in the living room, the dim glow of the oil lamp painting shadows across the walls. It was 1978, and the town was in the grip of one of its worst winter storms in decades. Power lines were down, roads were impassable, and the temperature outside hovered at 60 below zero, a merciless figure pressing against every wall and door. Tom Jenkins, a wiry man of 42, paced the small living room. His wife, Susan, sat on the couch, knitting with hands that shook from cold and anxiety. Their two children, 12-year-old Danny and 8-year-old Lily, huddled near the fire, staring into the flames with wide eyes. The storm had trapped them in their home for nearly 24 hours, and the tension was beginning to fray nerves like thin ice cracking underfoot. "Did you check the generator?" Tom asked, his voice tight. "I did," Susan replied quietly, not looking up from her knitting. "It's fine for now, but we don't have much fuel left." Danny shifted uncomfortably. "Dad, why did the wind sound like someone's walking outside?" Tom frowned. "There's nobody out there, Danny, not in this weather." He tried to sound reassuring, but the truth was he had felt the same thing, like tiny, deliberate footsteps crunching in the snow just beyond the window. He glanced at the frost-coated panes. All he could see was the white void, the snow swallowing everything in sight. Hours passed in tense silence, the only sound the occasional groan of the house settling under the weight of snow. Then a sudden knock shattered the quiet. It was soft at first, tentative, almost polite, but then it came again, louder, more insistent. Tom froze. He had not heard any neighbors since the storm started. Who would be out there?" he whispered. Susan's hands went to her mouth. Don't go to the door." But curiosity, or perhaps a foolish sense of duty, got the better of Tom. He wrapped a thick coat around him and cautiously stepped toward the front door. The knocks continued, now accompanied by a scratching sound like nails dragged across wood. He reached for the doorknob, hesitated, then opened the door just a crack. Nothing, just the endless white, swirling snow. But then, movement. A figure, small and hunched, appeared at the edge of the storm, staggering through the snow. Tom squinted. The figure was human-shaped, but its movements were jerky, unnatural, like a marionette being pulled by invisible strings. The face was obscured by a hood, but something about it made Tom's stomach twist with fear. "Hello?" he called, his voice shaking. No answer. The figure stopped, its head tilting slightly as if listening. Tom stepped back inside, closing the door. "Did you see it?" Susan whispered, clutching her children. "Yes," Tom admitted, his voice low. "I don't know. It looked wrong. Something's wrong out there." The family tried to settle back into the living room, but the unease clung to them like frost on the windows. The wind outside grew louder, almost howling in rage. Then came the sound that would haunt them forever. A voice, soft, raspy, almost a whisper carried on the wind. "Let me in." Danny and Lily clung to their mother, crying. Tom's heart pounded. He knew they weren't imagining it. Something or someone was out there, and it wanted in. Hours dragged on. The storm raged, the voice repeating at irregular intervals. Then, in the early hours of the morning, a loud crash came from the back of the house. Tom grabbed a crowbar and crept toward the noise, heart hammering in his chest. The kitchen window had been shattered, snow spilling across the floor. Footprints led away into the darkness, tall, misshapen, and unlike anything Tom had ever seen. Susan sobbed quietly, holding the children close. "It's going to come back," she whispered. "It's waiting." Tom nodded grimly. He knew she was right. They had no way to leave. The snow had buried the roads and the temperature was deadly. All they could do was wait and hope. That night, sleep was impossible. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind against the walls, sounded like a predator moving just beyond the threshold. Danny swore he saw shadows in the corner of the room, fleeting shapes that vanished whenever he blinked. Lily, clutching her mother, whispered prayers in a trembling voice. Then, just as the first pale light of dawn began to creep through the windows, a new sound emerged. Scratching, slow and deliberate, circling the house. Tom grabbed his rifle, loaded it, and peered through the frost-covered window. There, in the snow, was the figure again, this time closer and clearly watching. Its head moved unnaturally, jerking as it tilted, like it was studying them. Tom raised the rifle, but his hands shook too violently to aim properly. He knew the figure could not be human. No human could survive out here for this long in the storm without showing signs of suffering. And yet it moved as if fueled by some unnatural force, its eyes, or the places where eyes should have been, glinting in the weak light. Suddenly it stopped. One long skeletal hand reached out toward the window. For a heartbeat, time seemed to freeze. Then it recoiled and vanished into the storm as suddenly as it had appeared. The family did not speak for hours, only listening to the wind, waiting for signs of the figure's return. When the storm finally abated enough to venture outside, they found the backyard covered in odd footprints, leading in a circle around the house, then disappearing into the snowdrifts. Nothing else remained. No signs of struggle, no indication the creature had entered the house, only the tracks and the terrible feeling that they had been watched the entire time. Years later, Tom would tell anyone who would listen about the storm, the figure, the voice that whispered through the wind. He never saw it again, but the memory lingered like a shadow at the edge of his mind. He and Susan eventually moved away, but every winter, whenever the wind howled through the trees and the snow piled high against the windows, Danny would wake in the middle of the night, pale and shivering, whispering about the footsteps outside. And sometimes, just sometimes, Tom would swear he heard that soft, raspy voice in the wind, carrying across the frozen landscape, a reminder that some things in the world are not meant to be understood or survived. Story the end. The snow had been falling for nearly a week, a relentless gray-white curtain that turned everything into a muffled, frozen world. Up in northern Minnesota, in the tiny town of Ironwood, the residents were used to harsh winters, but this one felt different. The kind of cold that seeped through walls and clothes, that bit at the skin and stayed in your bones. Most people had barricaded themselves indoors, fires roaring, but not everyone had that luxury. Jack Turner was a local logger, used to trudging through the woods even in the dead of winter. His job often took him into the dense pine forests that stretched for miles beyond the town, but this storm had been unpredictable. Phones and radios were dead from the weather, and Jack had been asked to check on a remote logging cabin owned by the company, a cabin that hadn't reported in for 3 days. He loaded his snowmobile, double-checked the fuel, and strapped on his heavy parka and thermal gloves. Visibility was poor, the wind slicing across the frozen landscape as he navigated the winding trail into the forest. The snow muffled all sounds, making the forest seem impossibly quiet except for the whining engine of his snowmobile. After an hour, Jack slowed as he approached a clearing. He spotted the cabin in the distance, partially buried under snow. The roof was heavily laden, icicles hanging like jagged teeth. His instincts screamed that something was off. The door was closed, but there were no tracks leading to it, no signs of life, no smoke from a fire. He pushed the door open, the hinges protesting. Inside, it was empty, but the stove had been lit recently. Someone had been here, but they were gone. As he explored the cabin, Jack noticed something strange. The walls had scratches, long and uneven, as if someone had clawed at them. There was also a series of footprints leading from the back door into the surrounding woods, stopping abruptly a few yards away, as if whoever made them had simply vanished into the air. He frowned, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. He left the cabin to investigate, following the footprints. The snow had begun to fall harder, covering tracks almost as soon as they were made. After walking for a while, he saw a figure ahead. At first, he thought it was a hiker caught in the storm, but as he drew closer, the figure moved unnaturally, jerking in odd, twitching motions. It seemed almost inhuman. "Hey, you okay?" Jack called out, his voice cracking. The figure didn't respond. The wind carried its sounds away, leaving only a heavy, eerie silence. When he got closer, he realized with a jolt that the figure's face was pale, frozen in a silent scream. The eyes were wide open, unblinking, almost reflective in the weak light. He stepped back, his heart hammering. Something about it felt wrong, not just dead wrong, but unnatural. Suddenly, the figure lurched toward him, not running, not walking, but sliding across the snow like it was propelled by something unseen. Jack stumbled backward, catching himself on a tree. He fumbled for his flare gun and fired a shot into the air. The sound echoed through the forest, and the figure vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Shaking, Jack realized he needed to return to the cabin. He turned, but the forest had changed. Paths he knew well were twisted, unfamiliar. Trees seemed closer together, casting long, dark shadows that moved with the wind. The storm was intensifying, snow blinding him from all sides. Every step he took felt heavier, the cold more suffocating. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time seemed meaningless in the storm. He stumbled upon another cabin, smaller than the first, almost hidden by the snowdrifts. The door creaked as he pushed it open. Inside, the fire had gone out, but the room was warm enough to thaw his frozen fingers. On the floor, there were more footprints, small ones, childlike, weaving in patterns that made no sense. And along the walls, etched in the frost, were words, "Don't go back." Jack froze. His instincts screamed at him to leave, to escape the forest entirely, but he had to know what was happening. Whoever, or whatever, was leaving these messages wasn't human. That much was clear. He stepped outside, trying to find a way back. That's when he heard it. The dragging sound. Something moving through the snow, heavy and deliberate, circling the cabin. Jack spun, but there was nothing in sight. The storm made it impossible to see more than a few feet. Then he caught a glimpse of movement at the tree line. Another figure, hunched, pale, moving in jerky motions, disappearing behind the trees as soon as he tried to focus on it. Fear pressed down on him, but curiosity and a sense of duty pushed him forward. He followed the figures, keeping his distance, as they led him deeper into the forest. The snow was relentless, the cold biting, and his limbs grew numb. He couldn't tell if hours or minutes had passed. Then he saw it, a clearing, a frozen pond, its surface reflecting the gray sky. And standing on the ice were more figures, dozens of them, pale and silent, facing him. Jack's heart stopped. The wind died for a moment, leaving an unnatural silence. The figures didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. And then, one by one, they began to advance, gliding across the ice like ghosts. He turned and ran, the sound of crunching snow and distant hollow laughter, or was it just the wind, chasing him? He stumbled back toward the cabins, desperate, but the forest seemed endless. Every turn led him deeper into the trees. Exhaustion and cold blurred his senses. He fell, snow filling his mouth, gasping for air. When he finally saw the first cabin again, the relief was short-lived. The door was wide open now, and inside, more footprints led to the back door. Jack tried to leave, to escape entirely, but the storm seemed to close in on him. The figures were all around now, just glimpses between the trees, always watching, always moving. Panic drove him forward, but the snow swallowed his tracks as quickly as he made them. When he finally reached the edge of the forest, he realized he was alone. The town of Ironwood was still there, still frozen under a blanket of snow, but something had changed in him. He couldn't shake the feeling of being followed, of unseen eyes in the wind. Even days later at home, he would hear scratching at his windows, faint breathing outside, shadows in the corners of his rooms. Jack never spoke of what he had seen in the forest. People assumed he had gotten lost, had hallucinated from exhaustion and cold. But he knew the truth. The forest had a presence, something ancient, something patient, something that thrived in the dead of winter. And he knew deep down it wasn't done with him. Weeks later, when a local hiker disappeared on the northern ridge, leaving behind only partial tracks in the snow, Jack couldn't help but feel a sick familiarity. The forest had claimed them too, silently, and the signs would remain for only those who dared look. He stayed indoors that night, staring at the snow outside, listening to the wind howl. Every shadow, every drift of snow seemed alive. He could hear whispers carried from the depths of the forest, warning him, taunting him. No one ever found the bodies or the reason. Just footprints in the snow that vanished, cabins that seemed abandoned yet lived in, and the relentless freezing presence of something waiting. Every winter after that, Jack felt it. The forest didn't forget. It didn't forgive, and the whispers never stopped. Even now, sitting by a fire in his small home, he knows it's out there, watching, waiting. The cold is never just cold in Ironwood. It's a warning. And one day, if he's not careful, it will come for him again. Story the end. The storm had started the night before, creeping across the northern plains of Wisconsin like a living thing. It began with a soft drizzle of snow, then intensified into a full-blown blizzard by midnight, pounding the old farmhouse where the Jensen family lived. The wind rattled the windows and made the eaves groan like a ship in distress. Inside, the fire struggled to keep up with the cold that seemed to seep into every corner of the house. Tom Jensen, a man in his late 40s with a lifetime of working the land, sat by the fire, nursing a cup of black coffee. His wife, Lila, was stitching repairs on a thick wool blanket, her fingers moving mechanically, her mind elsewhere. Their teenage son, Eric, sat at the kitchen table, sketching in a notebook, though the lines of his drawings were jagged and erratic, mirroring the tension in the room. The power had gone out hours ago, leaving them in a dim world lit only by the fire and a few scattered lanterns. The old farmhouse had seen worse storms, but there was something different about this one, a heavy silence under the howl of the wind, a weight that pressed against the walls. Around 2 a.m, a sharp knock echoed through the house. Tom froze, his heart hammering. Knock, knock, knock. It was deliberate, methodical, unlike anything the wind could produce. "Who's there?" Tom called, trying to steady his voice. No answer, just the storm outside, but somehow louder, somehow closer. Lila put down her sewing and rose, her face pale. "Maybe it's a neighbor," she suggested, though her tone betrayed doubt, "or someone lost in the storm." Tom grabbed a flashlight and crept to the door. When he opened it, the storm's fury seemed to push back against him. The snow had piled into drifts that reached his knees, and visibility was near zero. No footprints, no shapes, nothing but the swirling white. He closed the door, locking it, but unease had taken root. The rest of the night passed in fitful sleep, haunted by the sensation of being watched. Eric woke in the pre-dawn darkness, whispering about shadows moving outside his window. Tom and Lila tried to reassure him, but when they looked, they saw nothing. Yet the shadows felt real, pressing against the thin veil of night, lingering just beyond the glass. By morning, the storm had eased, leaving a thick, pristine layer of snow across the farmland. The world looked quiet, almost serene, but the Jensens knew better. Something was wrong. The livestock in the barn had been agitated, lowing and stamping despite the warmth of their shelter. Tom went to check, flashlight in hand. Inside the barn, the animals were calm, but the smell of something metallic and foul lingered in the air. On the floor near the far wall were small footprints, too small to be any of the animals, leading to a corner stacked with hay. Tom followed them carefully. The footprints disappeared into the pile, leaving only a faint disturbance in the snow-dusted straw. He called for Lila and Eric, but when they arrived, there was nothing to see, no sign that anyone or anything had been there. The day dragged on. The storm left the roads impassable, cutting them off from the nearest town. They tried to call for help, but the phones were dead. Tension grew as the silence of isolation pressed on their nerves. By evening, they decided to barricade the doors and windows, a precaution that felt increasingly necessary. Around 10 at night, the knocking returned, louder this time, echoing through the farmhouse like a drumbeat. Tom went to the door, lantern in hand. The wind had died down, making the sound impossible to ignore. Outside, in the dim glow of the lantern, he saw something. Small, crouched near the edge of the porch, a figure pale and thin, its features obscured by a tangled mess of hair. When it looked up, Tom felt an icy dread. Its eyes were black, hollow, and unblinking. The figure did not speak. It simply stood, then vanished into the night without a trace. Lila screamed, and Eric bolted from the room. Tom grabbed a rifle from the hall closet, but by the time he returned to the doorway, there was nothing. No footprints in the snow, no sign of the small figure. It was as if it had never existed. The next morning, the storm had cleared completely, revealing the frozen expanse of fields stretching toward the horizon. Yet the sense of unease lingered. Tom and Lila tried to go about their day, but every sound, the creak of the house settling, the distant cry of a bird, made them jump. Eric refused to leave the farmhouse, convinced the thing would return. Around midday, they found more footprints in the snow outside, small, human-like and bare, leading toward the woods behind the property. Tom grabbed a shovel and followed cautiously, calling Eric and Lila to stay behind. The footprints meandered through the trees, ending abruptly near a frozen creek. On the ice, there were faint smudges, dark against the snow as if something had struggled to move. Tom's stomach churned. That night, the whispers started. Low, distant, carried on the wind, impossible to pinpoint. Help! Help us! They seemed to say, a chorus of hollow voices. The family huddled together, listening in terror as the sounds rose and fell, sometimes seeming to come from inside the house, sometimes from the woods. Over the next 2 days, the occurrences escalated. Objects moved slightly when no one was looking. A chair shifted an inch, a lantern tilted, a door creaked as though pushed by invisible hands. At night, the knocking and scratching at the windows became relentless. The small, pale figure appeared again, sometimes on the porch, sometimes in the tree line, always watching, always silent. On the 4th night, they decided they could no longer stay. The storm had passed and the roads were barely navigable. Tom bundled the family into the old truck, chains on the tires, and began the slow crawl down the snow-packed road. As they drove, shadows flickered at the edge of their vision. The whispering followed them, faint at first, then louder, almost audible inside the cab. Suddenly, the headlights illuminated the figure on the road. Barefoot, small, pale, and impossibly still. Tom swerved, nearly losing control, but the figure was gone by the time the truck stopped. They reached the nearest town hours later, exhausted and shaken. The sheriff listened to their story, eyes widening. "That area," he said, "people avoid it in the winter. Too many disappearances. Something about the cold. It's not just the weather that's dangerous out there." Ethan and Claire never returned to the farmhouse, but the memory of the storm, the footprints, the whispers, and the hollow eyes of the pale figure haunted them for years. Late at night, Lila would wake to faint scratching at the windows. Eric became wary of the snow, convinced that the things that haunted them were still out there, waiting for the next soul foolish enough to enter the frozen woods. Even decades later, when Tom drove past the old farmland in spring, when the snow had melted and the fields seemed peaceful, he swore he could see movement at the edge of the woods. Something watching, waiting, something patient, and he knew that the cold remembered the fear, the isolation, the terror of those who dared step into its frozen grip. Story the end. The storm hit Vermont harder than anyone had expected that December. Snow fell in heavy, relentless sheets, burying the small town of East Burke under what would become weeks of white isolation. The wind shrieked through the mountains like a living thing, bending trees and tearing at rooftops. Roads vanished under drifts, power lines snapped, and cell towers went silent. For the locals, winter storms were normal, dangerous, but manageable. For David Harper, returning to his family's remote cabin after years in Boston, this one felt different, like the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. David had arrived with his wife, Megan, and their 10-year-old daughter, Lily. The cabin was an old log structure, tucked just beyond the last paved road, surrounded by dense pine forest and overlooking a frozen creek. The kind of place people came for vacation, to escape the city and the stress of daily life. But as the storm settled in, the isolation became suffocating. By the second night, the roads were impassable. He could see the curled skeletal branches of the forest bending under the weight of snow, but no signs of wildlife. The usual sounds of winter, wind through trees, distant owls, were muted, replaced by an eerie, absolute quiet. Around midnight, David woke to the sound of tapping at the window. It was faint, irregular, almost like fingernails drumming slowly. He nudged Megan, but she mumbled in her sleep, turning away. Lily stirred, murmuring something about someone outside. David shook his head, blaming the storm, the shadows, the mind playing tricks in the long winter night. He got up and peered through the frost-covered glass. The porch was buried in snow, and the wind whipped at it, but no footprints, no shapes, nothing that could explain the sound. The tapping stopped abruptly, leaving a ringing silence. The next morning, David noticed footprints leading toward the cabin. Bare footprints. Small, childlike, yet with an odd weight to them. He froze. There was no road access, no neighbor close enough to make them. The prints started at the edge of the forest and stopped at the cabin door. Megan and Lily didn't see them, but David knew what he'd seen. Something had come to the cabin in the dead of night. By the third night, the storm had grown worse. Power flickered and died entirely. The wind screamed, rattling the cabin like an angry animal. David tried to calm the children, but Lily whispered that the people outside are watching. Megan insisted he was imagining things, but he couldn't shake the feeling. Shadows moved where they shouldn't, shapes that seemed just beyond the reach of the dim lantern light. Then came the sound, soft, deliberate footsteps circling the cabin, crunching on snow and ice. David grabbed the hunting rifle he kept by the fireplace and crept to the window. Through the frosted glass, he saw them. Small figures, naked, pale, hunched, moving like marionettes. Their heads tilted unnaturally as they circled the cabin, never leaving the snow behind. Their eyes glowed faintly in the lantern light. He blinked and they were gone, swallowed by the wind and drifting snow. By dawn, the footprints were everywhere, circling the cabin in impossible numbers, leading toward the forest in some places and vanishing entirely in others. David tried to call for help, but the landline was dead. His cell phone had no signal. They were trapped. Fear settled over him like a heavy blanket, cold and suffocating. The fourth night was worse. The scratching started first, scraping, clawing at the walls, at the windows, at the roof. Lily cried quietly in her sleep, and Megan held her close, trying to comfort her. David stayed awake, shotgun across his lap, listening to the sound of movement all around. And then came the whispering. At first, it was unintelligible, a faint hiss in the wind, but gradually it formed words. They were calling their names, softly, pleadingly, in voices that were familiar yet distorted. David, Megan, Lily. Desperate, David decided they had to leave before the storm trapped them completely. He packed what supplies he could carry and prepared to hike toward the nearest town, 10 miles through the snow. He dug a path through the drifts, pulling Lily in a sled while Megan followed behind. The forest seemed alive. Branches snapped as if grabbed by invisible hands, snow fell in unnatural patterns, and the whispering grew louder, circling them from all sides. After hours of struggling through waist-deep snow, they reached a clearing near a frozen pond. And there, David saw it. A figure beneath the ice, twisting, barely recognizable as human. Its mouth opened in a silent scream, eyes wide, reaching toward him. He stumbled back, nearly losing Lily in the sled. Around the pond, dozens of footprints appeared, bare and small, leading in from the trees and encircling the water. Some prints appeared to come from beneath the ice itself. The family pressed on, panic and exhaustion driving them, but the forest would not let them leave. Shadows darted between trees, glancing from behind trunks, never fully revealing themselves. The whispering became a chorus, hundreds of voices repeating their names, pleading, mocking, promising harm if they didn't comply. David realized the snow wasn't just snow. It was a mask, hiding shapes and figures that moved just out of sight. By late afternoon, they stumbled onto an old logging road. It looked abandoned, but the snow had covered any signs of use. Exhausted, they followed it, hoping for civilization. But the footprints returned, circling them again, and appearing behind them in fresh snow as if the forest itself had eyes. David's heart pounded. He could hear the scraping again, closer now, as if whatever was pursuing them could pass over snow without leaving trace. Night fell once more, and the family had nowhere to hide. They took shelter in an old, derelict barn, huddling together in the dark. Outside, the wind screamed, carrying with it the sound of scratching, whispering, and faint footsteps. Through a hole in the wall, David saw dozens of small, pale figures moving in the snow, impossibly fast, circling the barn. Their heads tilted unnaturally, their eyes glowing faintly. One approached the wall and pressed its face against the wood, staring directly at him. It smiled, or perhaps it was a grimace, but it was too wrong to be human. David tried to make sense of it. Rationally, he knew something was hunting them, something intelligent, something patient. But what? The forest around them seemed endless, impossible to escape, and he realized with horror that this was not a storm like any other. This was something that had waited for winter, for isolation, for vulnerability. Hours passed like days. The scraping and whispering never stopped. At one point, David thought he heard Megan calling his name from outside. He leapt up, but she was crouched next to him, crying silently. Lily whimpered about the people in the snow. Desperate, David prayed, cursed, did anything to make the noise stop. It did not. When dawn finally came, the storm had passed, leaving a blinding, frozen white world. The barn was empty. The snow was pristine, as if nothing had happened. No footprints, no signs of the figures, nothing except the oppressive silence. Exhausted, David led his family back to the cabin. It looked untouched, serene, almost welcoming, but he knew better. Something had been here. Something had watched them, waited for them, and left only when it chose. They never returned to East Burke. David tried to explain what had happened to friends, family, and even local authorities, but there was nothing to corroborate the story. The locals spoke in hushed tones about the white people of the woods, shadows that appeared during the heaviest snowstorms, taking those who ventured too far into the forest. Most dismissed it as legend. David knew it wasn't. He had seen it, felt it, heard the whispers and scraping, and the sight of pale, twisted figures circling them in the storm would haunt him forever. Even years later, when the first snow fell, David would flinch at every sound, glance at shadows differently, and listen for whispers that weren't there. He knew deep down that winter held a predator in the trees, patient and relentless, waiting for those foolish enough to wander alone into its grasp. And he feared every year that the forest had not forgotten him or his family. Story the end. It was a brutal January night in northern Minnesota, the kind where the wind seemed to slice through every layer of clothing and the snowdrifts could swallow a man whole if he wasn't careful. Mark Donovan had been driving home from a late shift at the local power plant when the storm hit. The snow fell so thick and fast that the roads disappeared under a white haze. Visibility was near zero, and the icy wind rattled his truck like a drum. He cursed under his breath, gripping the wheel tight. The last 10 miles to his cabin felt like an eternity. Mark's cabin was isolated, tucked deep in the woods near the banks of Lake Bemidji. He had moved there years ago to escape the chaos of city life, wanting solitude, but now the isolation felt suffocating. As he finally turned onto the snow-covered driveway, headlights bouncing off the trees, he noticed something odd. Fresh tracks in the snow. They weren't his own. They were too large, too deep, and walked in a staggered pattern like someone or something was limping. His stomach turned. Nobody lived near him for miles. He grabbed his flashlight from the dashboard and stepped out, boots crunching in the thick snow. The tracks led from the edge of the road to the edge of the woods, then stopped abruptly. Mark felt a chill beyond the cold biting his skin. He shook his head. Probably a hunter, lost in the storm. That had to be it. Inside, the cabin was warm, the heater struggling but keeping the cold at bay. He made coffee, trying to calm his nerves. Every creak of the old cabin made him jump. He checked the windows, no sign of anyone outside. The storm was relentless, pounding the roof and walls, and he decided it would be best to just wait it out. By midnight, the storm reached a ferocious pitch. Mark was dozing in his recliner when he heard it. A knock, faint at first, coming from the front door. He froze, heart hammering. Nobody should be out there in this storm. Another knock, louder this time, rattled the doorframe. He crept to the door, flashlight in hand, and peered through the peephole. Nothing, only the swirling snow and the shadows of the trees. He tried to laugh it off, blaming the wind, but the sound of the knocks persisted, soft and rhythmic, as if someone was testing him. Then came a whisper, barely audible over the wind. "Mark." He staggered back, nearly dropping the flashlight. The voice was unmistakably human, but distorted, hollow, and drawn out in a way that made the hair on his arms stand on end. Mark fumbled for the gun in the drawer and gripped it tight. Another whisper, closer now, called his name again. "Mark, come outside." The rational part of his mind told him to stay put. It had to be a prank, or maybe his imagination running wild from exhaustion and cold. But the primal part, the part that had kept him alive, hunting and surviving winters in the wilderness, knew this was something different. Something was outside, and it was patient. Hours passed. The storm raged, the knocking and whispering coming and going, blending with the wind. Mark didn't sleep. He barricaded the doors, checked the windows constantly, and kept the heater running despite the risk of freezing pipes. But as dawn broke, the storm began to die down, leaving a world smothered in snow. He stepped outside, boots crunching, to inspect the property. That's when he noticed them. Footprints, huge, uneven, sprawling across the snow toward the cabin. They didn't resemble any human tracks he knew, nor any animal. The toes, or what looked like toes, were too long, curved, and deep. They circled the cabin, stopping near the windows, then disappearing in the trees. Mark's blood ran cold. He returned inside and bolted the door. Every instinct screamed at him to leave, but the truck was buried under 3 feet of snow. He was trapped. The next night, the sounds began again, knocking at the door, whispering outside the windows, scratches along the walls of the cabin. The dog he had with him, a loyal German shepherd named Rex, growled constantly, ears flat, staring at shadows that weren't there. Mark couldn't sleep. He kept the gun close, the flashlight ready, and his eyes peeled for any sign of movement. Then around 2 a.m. he heard it, a low, guttural growl from the edge of the woods. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end. He shined the flashlight toward the sound. 2 glowing eyes reflected back at him from the tree line. He froze. They were huge, unblinking, and full of something inhuman. The eyes didn't blink, and the shape beneath them was low to the ground, moving with a fluid, unnatural motion. Mark slammed the door shut and bolted it, heart pounding. The growling didn't stop. It moved closer, circling the cabin. He could hear the crunch of snow, heavy, deliberate, like something enormous was walking in and out of the drifts. The whispers came again, muffled by the storm but unmistakable. "Mark, come outside." Days passed in a haze of fear and cold. Food supplies ran low, the power flickered, and the snow outside grew deeper. Each night the sounds returned, and Mark swore the figure had grown bolder. One evening, while chopping firewood, he saw it again at the edge of the clearing, tall, pale, limbs unnaturally long, moving with a speed and grace that no human could match. Its face was obscured, but he swore it was looking directly at him, studying him. Mark tried to leave once the storm cleared enough to dig his truck out, but the tracks led straight into the woods. Following them felt like walking into a trap. He turned back, realizing that whatever had been haunting him knew every move he made, anticipated his every action. That winter dragged on. Mark survived on canned food, melted snow, and sheer willpower. The knocking and whispering never stopped, and the creature, or whatever it was, never left. He documented everything, hoping to find some rational explanation, but the evidence vanished as quickly as it appeared. Scratches in the walls disappeared overnight. Footprints melted or were obscured by fresh snow. Photos came out blurred, showing only vague shadows. One night, Mark awoke to the sound of heavy breathing in the cabin. Rex was barking furiously, hair bristled, growling at the corner of the room. Mark shone the flashlight, and for a split second he saw it, pale, thin, impossibly tall, eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. It tilted its head, studying him, then vanished. The temperature in the cabin dropped instantly, frost forming on the windows. Mark left the cabin that morning, finally digging the truck free. He drove miles to the nearest town, shaking and silent, unable to explain what he had experienced. When he returned weeks later with friends, the cabin was empty. No sign of the creature, no signs of tracks, as if it had never been there. But Mark knew better. The snow, the whispers, the eyes, it had been real. Every winter after that, Mark avoids the North Woods. He hears stories from locals about cabins in the area where people disappear or are driven mad by the winter cold. Some claim to see strange figures moving in the shadows, hear voices whispering through the trees, or find enormous clawed footprints circling their homes. Mark never speaks of it, but the memory haunts him still. When the wind howls through his own town, he swears he can hear the whisper of his name carried on it, a chilling reminder that something waits out there, in the endless snow, patient, silent, and hungry. Story the end. It was the 3rd week of January when the winter storm hit northern Minnesota, a full-blown blizzard that blanketed the landscape in over 3 feet of snow in less than 24 hours. The town of Pine Ridge was small, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, and the nearest city was a 2-hour drive down a winding, snow-covered highway. Most people hunkered down when the storm came, but Jake Carlson, a local snowplow driver, had a responsibility he couldn't ignore. The county roads had to be cleared for emergency vehicles and residents who depended on supplies. Jake had been driving since dawn, plowing a stretch of County Road 17 that snaked through the forested hills outside of town. Visibility was near zero, the headlights of his truck cutting through a wall of snow that reflected back like a blinding white mirror. The wind howled through the trees, creating eerie, shifting shadows that made the woods look alive. He had driven this road hundreds of times, but today it felt different, oppressive, like the forest itself was watching him. Around 3 p.m., he spotted something unusual through the snow. a figure standing at the edge of the road, motionless. At first, he thought it was a stranded traveler, but as he got closer, he realized the figure wasn't waving, wasn't moving at all. It was a man, or what looked like a man, frozen in the snow, his arms hanging limply at his sides, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. Jake slowed, bringing the truck to a stop, and squinted through the windshield. The figure's clothes were tattered, and snow clung to him in thick layers, as if he had been out there for days. Jake opened the door, the cold instantly biting into him, and stepped onto the snow. "Hey, you okay?" he called, his voice barely audible over the wind. The figure didn't move. He approached cautiously, shivering from the cold and the growing sense of unease. When he was a few feet away, he realized there was something horribly wrong. The face was pale, frozen stiff, the eyes wide open but entirely black, reflecting the gray light of the storm. Jake stumbled back, heart pounding. The figure didn't just look dead, it looked wrong, as if it wasn't human anymore. He ran back to his truck and locked the doors, fumbling with the radio to call the sheriff. "Sheriff, you need to send someone to County Road 17. There's something." Static cut him off. He tried again, but the radio remained silent. The cold seemed to seep into the truck itself, and the engine hesitated before roaring back to life. Driving past the figure, Jake thought he saw movement out of the corner of his eye. Another figure, then another, all pale, all frozen, standing among the trees. He slammed on the brakes, skidding in the snow. When he looked back, the figures were gone. Shaking, he continued to the next intersection, but the road seemed unfamiliar. Signs he had passed hundreds of times appeared wrong, rotated, or missing entirely. His sense of direction, normally perfect, felt unreliable, as if the storm had shifted the landscape itself. By the time night fell, Jake realized he was lost. The snowstorm had intensified, and the wind now carried faint whispers, barely audible, like a low chanting echoing through the trees. He tried to follow the GPS, but his phone had died hours ago. The road stretched endlessly in both directions, flanked by dark forests that swayed in the wind. Panic rose in him, but he forced himself to focus, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. Then he saw it, a cabin, barely visible through the blowing snow. Smoke curled weakly from the chimney. Relief flooded him. Shelter. Safety. He drove toward it, sliding through the snow until he reached the porch. The door was closed, but footprints led away from it, small, childlike, heading into the forest. Jake frowned. No one should be outside in this weather. He knocked, no answer. Then he tried the doorknob, it turned, and the door creaked open. Inside, the cabin was dimly lit by a small fire in the hearth. The furniture was old, rustic, covered in dust, but the place felt wrong, too quiet. The air smelled faintly of decay, and a shiver ran down Jake's spine. He heard a soft noise above him, a thump, then a dragging sound. He grabbed a flashlight and climbed the narrow staircase to the attic. The beam of light revealed nothing at first, old boxes and furniture draped in white sheets, but then he saw a small figure crouched in the corner. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its eyes were black, empty voids. It stared at him without blinking. Jake stumbled back, heart hammering, and the figure moved. Not walking, but gliding, unnaturally fast for its size. It let out a sound like a distorted, hollow scream that filled the cabin. Jake ran down the stairs, nearly tripping over a broken chair. He burst through the front door into the storm, heart pounding, and realized the trees around the cabin had changed. The forest was denser, darker, the snow muffling all sound except the faint crunch of his boots. He ran toward the truck, but the path seemed endless. Behind him, shadows moved through the snow, figures emerging from the darkness. They were small, humanoid, but twisted, faces frozen in silent screams, arms unnaturally long. He could hear them whispering his name in voices that were not human. Finally, he reached the truck and jumped inside, slamming the doors shut. The engine roared to life, and he drove blindly through the storm. Headlights reflected off the snow, revealing dozens of figures standing along the road, frozen, staring. He swerved to avoid them, praying they would disappear, and somehow made it back to Pine Ridge. When he arrived, the streets were empty. The storm had passed as quickly as it had begun, leaving only deep snow and a heavy, unnatural silence. He tried to report what he had seen, but no one believed him. The sheriff insisted the storm had caused hallucinations, that exhaustion and hypothermia could do strange things. But Jake knew the truth. He had felt it in his bones, the unnatural cold, the eyes, the whispers that weren't human. In the days that followed, he couldn't sleep. Every time the wind howled or the snow fell, he felt them watching, waiting just beyond the edge of the forest. One night, he woke to a faint scratching at his window, small and deliberate. He grabbed a flashlight, swinging it toward the sound, but the snow outside was empty. Then he saw the footprints, small, childlike, leading up to the porch and disappearing into the night. Jake sold his truck and moved closer to town, but he could never shake the memories. Friends noticed his hands shaking, his sleep-deprived eyes. Every winter, when the storms came, he swore he could see figures in the tree line, small and pale, their black eyes staring, waiting for him. He knew they were still out there, that the storm never truly ended, and that somewhere in the forests of northern Minnesota, those things were still hunting, patient and silent, just beyond the snowdrifts. Years later, travelers on County Road 17 reported seeing figures in the storm, small humanoid shapes moving unnaturally, disappearing before anyone could get close. Local legends grew around Jake's story. Warnings whispered to newcomers, never drive that road in a blizzard. If you hear the whispers, don't look back. But Jake knew the truth. There was no legend. There was only what he had lived, the frozen eyes, the cold that could freeze more than flesh, and the haunting certainty that some things were never meant to be seen. Even now, whenever the wind howls through Pine Ridge in the dead of winter, Jake feels the same icy dread he felt that night. The whispering returns, faint but unmistakable, calling him back to the snow, back to the forest where the small figures wait, patient and eternal, and the storm never really ends. Story, the end. The storm had been coming all week, and by Friday night, the small town of Bethel, Maine, was buried under nearly 2 feet of snow. The wind whipped across the empty streets, carrying the icy sting of winter that made even the hardiest locals pull their coats tighter. Most people were hunkered down in their homes, watching the storm batter the town through frosted windows. But for the Wilson family, that night would be unlike any winter they had ever endured. David Wilson, a middle-aged logger, had returned from the woods earlier than usual. The snow was thick, the roads nearly impassable, and he didn't want to risk staying out any longer. His wife, Marie, had been worried all day, calling him repeatedly on the cell phone that only occasionally worked through the storm. Their son, 12-year-old Ryan, and daughter, 8-year-old Emily, had been staring out the window for hours, watching the snow cover the driveway, the fence, and the bare branches of the pines that surrounded their house. David pushed open the front door, snow clinging to his boots and coat. Finally, Marie said, relief flooding her voice. She hung his coat and helped him brush off the snow. The house smelled faintly of burnt wood and cinnamon. Marie had been trying to make the long evening feel cozy despite the storm outside. It was around midnight when the first strange sound came, a low, dragging noise outside, like something heavy being pulled across the snow. At first, David thought it was a fallen branch or a stray log being moved by the wind. But when he went to the window, the driveway was empty, the snow smooth and untouched. Probably just the wind, he said, though the sound didn't sound like wind. It had a rhythm, deliberate, almost searching. Marie shivered, pulling the blanket tighter around herself. I don't like it, she whispered. It sounds wrong. Over the next hour, the noises continued. Footsteps in the snow that shouldn't have been there, soft at first, then louder, circling the house. Ryan swore he saw someone or something through the frost-covered window. A figure, tall, hunched, moving slowly, almost gliding, with eyes that gleamed even through the snowstorm. Emily started crying, clutching her blanket, insisting that she could hear whispers calling her name from the woods. David grabbed a flashlight and went to check the perimeter of the house, thinking maybe someone was lost in the storm and had stumbled near their property. But when he stepped outside, the snow had changed. Footprints, deep and irregular, surrounded the house. They were larger than any humans, and the spacing was wrong, too long, too uneven, as if the thing walking had no concern for balance or gravity. He followed them a few feet, then froze. The prints led away from the road and into the thick forest behind their house. There was no one out there, and yet the impressions in the snow were fresh. That night, sleep became impossible. Sleep became impossible. Every shadow seemed to move on its own. Every gust of wind sounded like footsteps dragging closer to the house. At one point, Marie swore she heard the front door handle turn, slowly, deliberately, though the door had been locked. David checked it tight, no signs of forced entry. But the sound had come from somewhere. By morning, the snowstorm had eased, leaving the world outside a blinding white. David thought perhaps the terror of the night had been imagination, the effect of being cooped up with a storm raging outside. But when he looked out the kitchen window, he saw them. Footprints leading from the woods directly to the edge of the porch. Only now, the prints weren't alone. Mixed in were smaller, oddly shaped impressions like children's boots, but distorted, twisted, as if they belonged to creatures with long, thin feet. Shaken, David called the town sheriff, who promised to send someone by to check the area once the snow cleared enough for a patrol car. The Wilsons tried to go about their day, though the unease never left them. Emily refused to leave her room, and Ryan kept staring out the window, convinced he could see shadows moving between the trees. That night, things escalated. The dragging sounds returned, louder, more insistent. They were accompanied now by a low moaning, almost human, but stretched and broken in a way that made it unnatural. Marie clutched David as the walls of the house seemed to shudder. Windows rattled, doors creaked, and the children screamed when they saw shadows moving along the walls, thick and black, though the flashlight David shone around the room revealed nothing. Then came the knocking, heavy, slow, coming from the front door. David approached cautiously, hand on the doorknob. "Who's there?" he called, his voice steadier than he felt. The knocking stopped. A moment later, a voice, low and guttural, carried through the house. "Let us in," it hissed. Not outside the door, inside the house. The sound echoed from the walls, from the floors, from the corners. Panic set in. David grabbed a hunting rifle, but the children were screaming, hiding under the table. Marie tried to call the sheriff, but the phone lines were dead. The windows now showed movement, shapes gliding across the snow outside, just at the tree line, circling the house. And then the lights went out, plunging them into darkness. Hours passed like that. The knocking never stopped, nor did the whispers. David and Marie tried to keep the children calm, huddled together in the living room, but sleep was impossible. Every creak of the old house sounded like footsteps, every gust of wind a threat. When the storm finally broke at dawn, the Wilsons were pale, trembling, exhausted beyond comprehension. David went outside to inspect the damage, hoping to see nothing more than snowdrifts and broken branches. But the snow had changed again. The footprints that had circled the house overnight were gone, replaced by dozens of tiny impressions leading from the woods directly to the tree line behind their house. They ended abruptly in a way that suggested whatever had walked them had vanished into the air. The sheriff came later that morning, snowplow clearing the way. He examined the tracks, shaking his head. "I've never seen anything like these," he admitted. "Too big for a person, too strange to be animals, and they're everywhere." He advised the Wilsons to stay in town for a few days until the snow melted to avoid the woods entirely. The Wilsons agreed, though leaving their home didn't erase the terror. That night, staying in a motel in town, the children awoke screaming. They described figures outside their window, tall and thin, standing perfectly still in the snow, watching. They whispered in voices the children recognized, names, things they shouldn't know. The parents could hear faint scratching against the walls, though they were in a solid concrete building. Weeks passed, and the Wilsons returned home and trying to rebuild a sense of normalcy. But the terror never fully left. Every winter, the dragging sounds returned, especially during storms. Footprints appeared in the snow, circling the house, vanishing before anyone could follow them. Shadows moved in corners of rooms, too fast and too dark to be cast by anything ordinary. And sometimes when the wind was right, David could hear the voice again, low, guttural, whispering, calling his name from the woods. Neighbors reported similar experiences that winter. People camping or hiking in the woods around Bethel spoke of shadows moving just out of sight, of whispers carried on the wind, of footprints appearing in snow where no one had walked. Some claimed to see tall, thin figures following them along trails, vanishing when approached. The local police never found any evidence of intruders or animals capable of leaving such tracks. Over the years, the Wilsons moved away, leaving the house behind. Locals who bought the property reported similar occurrences: strange dragging noises in the night, footprints in the snow, lights flickering, and the whispers. Some never stayed the winter, leaving after only a few days. And every year, in the dead of winter, even people who had never lived near the Wilson home claimed to hear whispers in the wind, faint voices calling, dragging, insisting that the snow-covered forest wanted something. The Wilson children, now grown, refuse to return to Maine in winter. They still dream of the dragging sounds, the shadows, the figures in the snow, and every year they receive postcards, unsigned, blank, but with frost on the edges as if touched by snow. When the wind howls outside their city apartments, they swear they can hear it. Footsteps in the snow, circling, waiting, whispering, always whispering. Story the end. The winter I learned what real cold was didn't happen in the mountains or the far north. It happened in a quiet stretch of upstate New York, in a town so small it barely showed up on most maps, where the snow came early and stayed late, and where people learned to mind their business, because nothing good ever came from asking too many questions. I moved there in December after my divorce, chasing cheap rent and the promise of silence. The house I rented sat at the end of a dead road, backed by woods that looked harmless in summer photos but felt endless and alive once winter stripped them bare. The landlord was an old man named Walter, who shook my hand with fingers like frozen twigs and told me the furnace was new, the pipes were solid, and the neighbors kept to themselves. He didn't mention the previous tenant. The first night I slept there, the temperature dropped to 6 degrees, the kind of cold that made the air hurt. I woke just after midnight to a sound I thought was the wind forcing its way through the trees, a low, dragging noise that came and went in uneven intervals. When I sat up, the sound stopped. The house settled. The furnace kicked on with a sigh, and I convinced myself I'd imagined the rest. The next morning, I found footprints outside my bedroom window. They weren't animal tracks. They were boot prints, large and deep, pressed into the snow like someone had stood there for a while. I followed them to the edge of the yard, where they disappeared into the woods. No return tracks. Just one set going in. I told myself it had to be a hunter cutting across the property. People did that in small towns. I didn't mention it to anyone because there was no one to mention it to. I worked remotely and hadn't met a single neighbor yet. The second night, the sound came back. This time, it wasn't just wind. It was rhythmic, deliberate, like something heavy being dragged across frozen ground. It circled the house slowly, pausing beneath the windows, then continuing on. When I finally worked up the nerve to look outside, my breath fogging the glass, I saw nothing but snow and trees and darkness, thick enough to swallow everything beyond the porch light. I didn't sleep much after that. Over the next week, the cold intensified. Snow piled higher than the mailbox. The roads stopped getting plowed regularly. When I drove into town for groceries, people stared at me the way locals stare at newcomers, with polite smiles that didn't reach their eyes. At the hardware store, an older woman asked where I was staying. When I told her the address, her face tightened just a little. "That place gets cold," she said. "They all do," I replied. She shook her head. "Not like that." That night, the furnace died. I woke to a silence so complete it felt wrong. No hum, no ticking pipes, just the hollow sound of my own breathing. The thermostat read 48 and falling. I wrapped myself in blankets and called Walter. It went straight to voicemail. By the time morning came, the inside of the house felt like a refrigerator. I could see my breath in the kitchen. Ice had crept along the edges of the windows, forming delicate white veins that caught the light like frostbitten lace. I drove into town and waited at a diner until Walter finally called back. "I'll come by tonight," he said. Storm made it hard to get out. He arrived just before dark, his truck crunching through the snow. He fixed the furnace quickly, avoiding my eyes the whole time. When I mentioned the noises outside, the footprints, he went still. "Probably kids," he said. "Or animals." "Boot prints," I said, "and they stop at the woods." He wiped his hands on a rag that had once been white. "Don't go into the woods," he said, then added quickly, "in winter, easy to get turned around." After he left, I stood at the back door and stared into the trees. The woods were silent, black branches etched against a gray sky. The snow beneath them was untouched. That night, the sound came closer. It scraped along the side of the house, slow and patient. I heard it pass beneath the living room window, then stop at the front door. Something pressed against the wood. Not knocking, leaning. I held my breath, heart hammering, listening to the soft creak as weight shifted. Then came a sound I will never forget. Breathing. It was deep and labored, each exhale fogging the air outside the door in thick bursts. The handle rattled once, gently, like someone testing it. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. After what felt like hours, the pressure lifted. The breathing retreated. The dragging sound faded back toward the woods. In the morning, there were handprints on the door. They were bare, smeared faintly with blood. I called the police. A deputy came out, young and visibly annoyed by the drive. He looked at the prints, took a few photos, and shrugged. Probably someone messing around, he said. Drunk, maybe. In this weather? I asked. He didn't answer. He told me to keep my doors locked and call again if it happened. When I asked about previous incidents, his jaw tightened. People don't stay out there long, he said. Usually. That afternoon, the power went out. No lights. No furnace. No cell signal. Snow fell harder. Thick flakes that erased sound and distance. I lit candles and waited, watching the temperature drop hour by hour. By evening, it was below freezing inside. I layered every piece of clothing I owned and sat in the living room, staring at the front door. The sound started just after dusk. This time, it didn't circle the house. It went straight to the back. I heard the dragging stop beneath the kitchen window. A shape passed slowly across the frosted glass, tall and uneven. A face pressed against it, smearing the frost, and I saw an eye staring in. It wasn't right. The eye was too pale. The skin around it cracked and dark, like it had been burned by cold. The mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear through the glass. Then the window cracked. A thin line spread across it with a sharp snap. I screamed and stumbled back, slipping on the rug. The crack widened, but the glass held. After a long moment, the face disappeared. I grabbed my keys and ran for the door. The car wouldn't start. The cold had killed the battery. My phone showed no signal. Snow had drifted high enough that walking to town would have been suicide. I barricaded the door with furniture and retreated to the bedroom where the cold was worst but the windows were smallest. I didn't sleep. The noises continued all night. Scraping. Breathing. Soft thuds against the walls. Once, I heard something heavy slide across the roof. At dawn, everything stopped. The power came back around noon. I left that day. I packed what I could and drove the car once it finally started, wheels fishtailing as I sped down the road. I didn't look back. I thought that was the end of it. I was wrong. I moved to a city 2 hours away, into an apartment with radiators that hissed and groaned like living things. I told no one what had happened. I told myself stress and isolation had played tricks on me. Nightmares faded, life resumed, until February. A cold snap hit the city, the worst in decades. Pipes burst, power flickered. I woke one night to a familiar sound outside my window, dragging. I lived on the third floor. I told myself it was snowplows or wind or my imagination. I stayed in bed, heart pounding, until the sound stopped. In the morning, I found something on my fire escape. A trail of melted snow leading to a single bare footprint pressed into ice. I called Walter. His number was disconnected. I drove back to the town the next weekend against my better judgment. I needed answers. The house stood empty, windows dark. Snow covered the yard, pristine and untouched. I knocked on the door. No answer. At the diner, I asked about Walter. The waitress went quiet. He passed, she said. Heart, they said, last month. I asked about the house. She sighed. That place don't stay empty long, but it never keeps anyone either. Why? I asked. She leaned in, voice low. Every winter, someone goes missing. Hunters, drifters, folks who think they can rough it. They say the cold gets them. Sometimes it does. Sometimes. She trailed off. I drove to the woods behind the house. Snow crunched beneath my boots as I followed a narrow path between the trees. It led to a clearing where the ground dipped sharply, forming a shallow ravine. At the bottom, half buried in snow, I saw something dark. A coat, then another. I started digging with my hands, numbness forgotten. Beneath the coats were bodies, frozen stiff, faces twisted in terror. Their skin was blackened in places, cracked and split. Frostbite taken to an extreme I had never seen. Some of them had their mouths open, as if screaming. One body lay apart from the rest. It was older. The clothes were decades out of date. The face was barely recognizable, but the hands were familiar. Long fingers, crooked nails. Walter. Behind me, something breathed. I turned slowly. At the edge of the clearing stood a figure wrapped in rags and ice, skin gray and fissured, eyes pale and endless. It was tall but hunched, its limbs too long, joints bending the wrong way. Frost clung to it like armor. It stepped forward, dragging something behind it. A boot. The creature opened its mouth and cold poured out, a wave so intense my lungs seized. Words formed on cracked lips. Warm, it rasped. I ran. I don't remember how I made it back to the car. I don't remember the drive out. I only remember the cold following me, seeping into my bones, lingering no matter how high I turned the heat. I reported the bodies anonymously. The police found them, declared it an old dumping site, a mystery that would never be solved. The house was condemned. The woods were marked off limits. Winter ended. Spring came. I still feel it when the temperature drops, a tightening in my chest, a sense of being watched. On the coldest nights, when the wind howls just right, I hear something dragging along the streets below my apartment. Waiting. Story, the end. The winter I learned how quietly people can disappear was the coldest on record for the northern half of Michigan, at least according to the radio. It was the kind of cold that made even the old-timers stop exaggerating. When men who'd spent their lives on frozen lakes and snow-choked back roads started saying they'd never felt anything like it, you listened. I was 34, recently divorced, and trying to save money by renting a place most sane people only passed by on their way to somewhere else. The house sat a mile outside the town limits of a place called Birch Hollow, a town with one gas station, 2 churches, and a bar that opened before noon because winter didn't care what time it was. The house had been empty for years. That should have been my first warning, but empty was cheaper, and empty meant quiet. I wanted quiet. I told myself I didn't believe in bad luck or cursed ground or any of the things people in towns like Birch Hollow whispered about when they thought outsiders couldn't hear. I believed in insulation, space heaters, and minding my own business. The realtor, a woman named Marlene with frost-reddened cheeks and eyes that never quite met mine, gave me the keys and a smile that felt practiced and thin. She told me the pipes had been winterized and the furnace was new. She didn't tell me why the previous owner had left or why the driveway was so overgrown that it took me nearly an hour to find the house the first time I drove out there. When I asked how long it had been empty, she shrugged and said, "A while." A while in Birch Hollow could mean anything from a season to a lifetime. The first night I slept there, the wind pressed against the walls like something alive. Snow hissed across the siding, and the old trees surrounding the property creaked and groaned, their branches scraping the roof with slow, patient persistence. I lay awake on a borrowed mattress, listening to the house settle, telling myself that every sound had a reasonable explanation. I counted breaths. I counted the seconds between gusts. When I finally slept, it was shallow and broken, full of dreams about being buried and waking up with snow in my mouth. The days were easier. Sunlight made the place seem almost normal. I shoveled the driveway and discovered it curved farther back than I'd realized, disappearing into a stand of spruce so thick it swallowed sound. Beyond that, the land dropped away into a ravine, its bottom hidden by shadow and ice. The locals called it the Hollow. They didn't talk about it much, but when they did, their voices dropped and their jokes fell flat. I worked remotely for a logistics company based out of Chicago, answering emails and staring at spreadsheets while the world outside my windows froze solid. The internet was slow but usable. The phone lines crackled. Sometimes when the wind shifted just right, I swore I could hear something else beneath it, a low, distant sound that wasn't quite natural. I chalked it up to the ravine acting like a funnel, carrying noise from farther away. Sound travels strangely in cold weather. Everyone knows that. I started going into town more often, if only to remind myself that other people existed. Birch Hollow didn't get many newcomers, and I felt the weight of eyes on me whenever I walked into the bar or the grocery store. The questions were polite but pointed. Where was I from? What brought me there? How long did I plan on staying? One afternoon, while waiting for my coffee at the bar, an old man with a beard like packed snow leaned over and asked where I was staying. When I told him, His hand froze halfway to his mouth. He looked at me for a long moment, then set his glass down without taking a drink. "Cold place," he said finally. "Yeah," I replied, unsure what else to say. "Colder than it ought to be." I laughed, thinking it was a joke, but he didn't smile. He took his glass and moved to another table. That night, the sound came back, clearer than before. It rose and fell with the wind, a long, low moan that made my skin prickle. I stood by the window, staring out at the darkness beyond the trees, and felt an irrational certainty that something was staring back. The porch light illuminated a narrow cone of snow, empty and untouched. Beyond that, the world was swallowed whole. I told myself it was an animal. A coyote, maybe, or an owl. I searched online for recordings, listened to calls and cries, tried to match what I heard to something familiar. Nothing fit. When I finally crawled back into bed, I left the lamp on. The next morning, I found footprints. They came up from the tree line, crossing the yard in a straight, purposeful line. They weren't deep, despite the fresh snow, and they were oddly shaped, too long and too narrow to be boots, with no discernible tread. They stopped 10 feet from the porch and simply ended, as if whoever had made them had vanished into thin air. I stood there for a long time, my breath fogging the air, trying to convince myself there was a reasonable explanation. Wind can do strange things to snow. Animals can hop. Tracks can be misleading. I grabbed my phone and took pictures anyway. In town, when I showed the pictures to Marlene, her face tightened. "Probably kids," she said quickly. "They mess around out there sometimes." "In this weather?" she shrugged. "Kids do stupid things." I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe that everything had a simple answer, that my unease was just the product of isolation and too much imagination. So when the sound came again the following night, closer this time, I stayed in bed and pulled the blankets up around my ears. It didn't help. By the end of the week, sleep deprivation had set in like an illness. I nodded off at my desk, dreamed with my eyes open, jumped at every creak and groan. The house felt different at night, smaller somehow, as if the walls were inching inward. I started closing doors I'd left open, telling myself it was for heat, but knowing it was really because I didn't like the way the darkness pooled in empty rooms. On Saturday, the temperature dropped so low that my car refused to start. The radio warned people to stay indoors unless absolutely necessary. I spent the day pacing, feeding the furnace, checking the windows for drafts. Around noon, the power flickered and went out. I stood in the sudden silence, heart pounding. The house felt instantly colder, the air thick and oppressive. I called the utility company and got a recorded message saying crews were working on it. Estimated restoration time, unknown. I lit candles and layered on clothes, trying to keep my mind occupied. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the windows. As the light faded, the sound returned, louder than ever, rising from the ravine like a voice calling up from deep underground. It wasn't just one voice, I realized. It was many, overlapping and discordant, blending into a single, terrible sound. Something hit the side of the house. I froze, every muscle locked in place. The impact wasn't hard enough to do damage, but it was deliberate. A thud followed by a dragging sound like something heavy being pulled across the siding. "Hello?" I called, my voice shaking. There was no answer, just another thud, closer this time, followed by the unmistakable crunch of footsteps on snow. They moved around the house, slow and methodical, stopping beneath each window. I snuffed out the candles and crouched in the darkness, listening to my own breathing and the pounding of my heart. The footsteps stopped at the front door. There was a pause, long enough for me to hope it would move on, followed by a soft, almost polite knock. I didn't move. I couldn't. The knock came again, firmer this time. "Help," a voice said, muffled by the door. "Please." It sounded like a woman, her words slurred by cold or fear. My instincts warred with each other, empathy clashing with terror. I crept closer to the door, careful not to make a sound, and peered through the peephole. There was no one there. I stepped back, my stomach dropping. The knock came again, louder, and the voice repeated its plea, closer now, as if the speaker's mouth was pressed right against the wood. "Help me. It's so cold." I backed away, shaking my head, whispering no to myself. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. I stumbled into the kitchen, grabbed my phone, and dialed 911. The call wouldn't go through. The knocking turned into pounding. The door shuddered in its frame, and something scraped across it from the outside, leaving long, slow scratches that made my skin crawl. The voice changed, deepening, losing any trace of humanity. Let us in. I don't remember much of what happened after that. I remember barricading myself in the bedroom, pressing my back against the door as something slammed into it again and again. I remember the sound of splintering wood, the bitter cold seeping through the cracks, the way the voices rose in anger when they realized I wasn't going to open the door willingly. When the power came back on, the sounds stopped as abruptly as they'd begun. The furnace roared to life, filling the house with blessed noise and heat. I sat on the floor until morning, too afraid to move, too exhausted to think. In the daylight, the damage was minimal. Scratches marred the front door, deep and uneven. The snow around the house was churned up, crisscrossed with those same strange footprints leading back toward the ravine. There were no signs of forced entry, no explanation that made sense. I packed a bag and drove into town as soon as my car started. I went straight to the sheriff's office, a small brick building that smelled like old coffee and paper. Sheriff Collins listened to my story without interrupting, his expression unreadable. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and sighed. "You're not the first to hear things out there," he said. "What are they?" I demanded. He hesitated, then shook his head. "People go missing in the winter around here, have for as long as anyone can remember. Hunters, hikers, drunks who wander off. Sometimes we find them come spring, sometimes we don't." "That doesn't explain." "The Hollow," he said, cutting me off. "It's not like other places. Sound carries. Cold does things to people, makes them hear, see things that aren't there. You don't believe me." "I believe you heard something," he said carefully. "I believe you were scared. What you do with that is up to you." I left his office feeling smaller than when I'd entered. In the parking lot, Marlene stood by her car, smoking. She watched me approach, her face pale. "You should leave," she said quietly. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked. She flicked ash onto the snow. "Because no one listens, and because people who stay too long, they don't always get the chance." I didn't go back to the house. I drove as far as I could that day, stopped at a motel 2 towns over, and slept for 12 straight hours. When I woke up, I told myself it was over, that whatever I'd experienced was behind me. I was wrong. The dreams followed me. I stood at the edge of the ravine, the wind at my back, voices rising from below, calling my name. I woke with frost on my windows, and the sense that something was waiting just outside, patient and unrelenting. Weeks later, I learned that the house had burned down. Faulty wiring, they said. No one was hurt. The land was declared unsafe, the road leading to it blocked off with signs warning people to stay away. Birch Hollow went on as it always had, quiet and watchful. Sometimes, when winter sets in and the nights grow long, I think about the footprints that ended in the middle of my yard, about the voices that knew my name. I wonder how many people heard them and listened. I wonder how many didn't get away. The cold has a way of getting inside you, settling deep in your bones. It doesn't leave easily. Even now, in a warm room hundreds of miles away, I can still hear it sometimes, carried on the wind, calling softly, waiting for someone to answer. Story the end. The first winter storm hit northern Minnesota earlier than anyone expected that year. By the second week of November, the highways were already buried under thick, wind-sculpted snowdrifts, and the pine forests looked frozen solid like they'd been dipped in glass. I was 34, divorced, and desperate for quiet. That's how I ended up renting a small house outside a town called Birch Hollow, a place so small it barely showed up on maps unless you zoomed all the way in. The house had belonged to an older couple who'd passed away within months of each other. Their daughter lived out west and wanted nothing to do with the place. It came fully furnished, including an ancient wood-burning stove, yellowed curtains, and a radio that only picked up 2 local stations. I planned to spend the winter there, finishing a backlog of freelance work, saving money, and letting my nerves calm down after a brutal year. On the drive up, I passed miles of empty road. The sun sank fast, bleeding out behind black trees, and the temperature gauge on my dashboard dropped steadily until it hit negative numbers. By the time I pulled into the gravel driveway, the world felt sealed off. No cell service, no nearby neighbors, just wind rattling branches and the dull crunch of snow under my boots. Inside, the house smelled like old paper, wood smoke, and something faintly metallic. I told myself it was just age. The heater worked, the stove lit easily, and aside from the quiet, nothing felt wrong. That first night, I slept hard. The second night, I woke to footsteps. At first, I thought I was dreaming. The sound was distant, rhythmic, like someone walking slowly through packed snow. I lay there listening, heart thudding, counting the steps. They stopped. A moment passed. Then I heard them again, closer now, circling the house. I reached for my phone out of habit, then remembered there was no signal. The footsteps paused outside the bedroom wall. I held my breath, waiting for a knock, a voice, anything. Instead, they moved away, fading into the wind. In the morning, I told myself it had been an animal. Deer passed through all the time, maybe a wolf. Still, when I went outside, I found footprints. They were human. The prints circled the house once, then stopped at the back door. There were no prints leading away. I stared at the snow until my fingers went numb. Eventually, logic forced its way in. The wind must have covered the rest. Or maybe someone from town had stopped by and left early in the morning. I locked the door anyway. Over the next few days, the weather worsened. Snow fell in heavy, endless sheets. The radio crackled with warnings about road closures and power outages. Birch Hollow, population 312, was effectively cut off. That was when the knocking started. Always at night, always 3 slow knocks, never at the front door. Sometimes it came from the back, sometimes from a window, once from the side of the house near the woodpile. I never answered. Each time I'd sit frozen in the dark, listening for breathing, for movement, for anything that confirmed someone was still there. But after the knocks, there was only silence. By the 4th night, I stopped sleeping. I kept a flashlight and a fireplace poker beside the bed. I started checking the locks repeatedly. I left the porch light on until it burned out, then replaced the bulb and left it on again. One evening, while listening to the radio, I heard something that made my stomach tighten. Search efforts have been suspended due to weather, the announcer said. Also said, authorities believe the subject may have sought shelter in one of the unoccupied properties north of town. Residents are advised to keep doors locked and report any suspicious activity. The radio crackled, then resumed playing music. They never said who the subject was. I drove into town the next morning despite the conditions. The road was barely passable, and twice I had to stop and dig myself out. Birch Hollow looked abandoned. Snow buried half the buildings, and the few people I saw moved quickly, heads down, like they didn't want to be outside any longer than necessary. At the only diner, I overheard fragments of conversation. Words like escaped, hospital, and cold took him floated through the air. I asked the waitress, a tired woman with gray hair pulled into a tight bun, what was going on. She hesitated, then leaned closer. Man broke out of the psychiatric unit down in Duluth, she said. Killed a nurse, took her car. They found it abandoned near the forest road. My mouth went dry. That was over a week ago. She nodded. They think he's still out there. I told her where I was staying. Her expression changed immediately. That house should be empty, she said. Nobody stays there in winter. It was listed for rent, I said. She shook her head slowly. That place isn't right. Folks hear things, see lights. The old man who lived there used to wander at night. After his wife died, he'd get confused. Walk off into the woods sometimes. They found him half frozen once, just standing there, smiling. I didn't like where the conversation was going. I paid and left. That night, the knocking came again. 3 knocks, louder this time. I shouted, my voice shaking, telling whoever it was to go away. The knocks came again, slower, heavier, like they were being made with something other than a hand. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I found the back door slightly open. Snow had drifted inside, melting on the floorboards. I checked every room. Nothing was missing. Nothing was disturbed, except the radio. It was on. I know I'd turned it off. That afternoon, the power went out. The house plunged into a gray, silent cold. I lit the stove and bundled up, telling myself it was temporary. The radio still worked on batteries, but reception was poor, mostly static. As darkness fell, the temperature dropped fast. The stove struggled to keep up. Wind howled through the trees, slamming against the house hard enough to make the walls creak. Then I heard someone inside. Not footsteps outside anymore. Footsteps on the floor above me. Slow, dragging. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, staring up into the darkness. The flashlight beam shook in my hand. "Hello?" I called. The steps stopped. Something scraped against the wall, a sound like fingernails on wood. I ran. I locked myself in the bedroom, shoved a dresser against the door, and waited. Hours passed. The sounds continued, moving from room to room, sometimes stopping right outside my door. At some point, exhaustion took over. I must have fallen asleep. I woke to breathing. Hot, shallow breathing, inches from my face. I screamed and swung the poker blindly. The flashlight fell, clattering across the floor. Something moved back into the dark, moving faster than anything human should. When I finally got the light back on, the room was empty. But the door was open. I don't remember leaving the house. I don't remember grabbing my coat or keys. I only remember running through the snow, barefoot, lungs burning, the dark forest closing in around me. I followed the road without thinking. Miles passed, my feet went numb, my vision tunneled. I saw headlights just before I collapsed. I woke up in a hospital 2 days later. They told me I'd been found unconscious on the roadside, suffering from severe hypothermia. Another hour out there, and I would have died. When I asked about the house, about the man from the hospital, the doctors exchanged looks. There was no escaped patient, they said. The nurse had died of natural causes. No car had been stolen. I insisted. I described the knocking, the footsteps, the breathing. A police officer visited later that day. He listened quietly, then told me something I still dream about. 2 weeks before I moved in, they'd found a man frozen to death in the woods behind the house. He'd been missing for days, severe dementia, prone to wandering. When they identified him, they realized something else. He wasn't the first. Over the past 20 years, 5 people had died of exposure within a mile of that house. Some locals believe the old man's confusion never left the place, that it kept walking, knocking, looking for warmth. The house burned down during a storm that spring. Electrical fire, they said. Nothing was ever built there again. I still wake up in winter, heart racing, certain I hear 3 slow knocks somewhere close by. Story the end.